Good morning, sir.
Ceremony of a national webinar on dried flower, a new age entrepreneurship in flower floriculture industry, with the presence of our chief guest and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Junagadh Agriculture University, Dr. V.P. Chotia sir, and presence of other university officers. So, first I request to Organizing Secretary Dr. D.K. Varu for the welcome speech.
Respected our Honorable Vice Chancellor and patron of this webinar, as well as the PIO of our IDP project, Dr. P. Chotia sir, Director of Extension, Dr. Gajibra sir, Principal, Dr. Mutsak, Principal and Dean, Dr. Gotia sir, ADR, Dr. Monal sir, and faculty members, students, friends. I am very happy that we are going to organize a national webinar on a very good and interesting topic, dry flower in U.S. entrepreneurship in floriculture industry. Dry flower is a combination of art and science. It is a beautiful creation of the human being for increasing the enjoyment as well as encouragement. And now the dry flower is becoming a new business. Many products which are prepared from the dry flower and which are sold in India as well as export. There is a great scope for the dry flower business, even in cottage industry also. There are 4 factors which are more responsible for that particular business. The first important one is the raw material. Dry flower, when we are going for the produce the dry flower, the raw material is very easy. And another one important thing is it is cost effective. The product is cost effective. There is a very less cost of production. And then the keeping quality of product is very long lasting. 1 or 2 year there is the keeping quality is there, and the most important thing is there the demand or market is also day by day increasing in the peoples in our country as well as the for the foreign countries or the another country. So we can say that the business of dry flower is just nothing but the ease of doing business. So on sir, our that webinar, nearly 500 students, including faculty, register and joined our webinar. And the webinar is most useful. It will be useful for our student to develop the entrepreneur. So on that occasion, uh, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you. First of all, I am welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor as well as the patron of our that particular webinar, Dr. Chotia sir, who is always with us and always inspire us and give the valuable suggestion as well as moral support. Dr. Kunt sir, the chairman of this webinar, he is also here and he is always giving help and moral support to us. Our guest of honor, Dr. Kulkarni sir, Balaji Kulkarni, University Head from the University of Horticulture Science, Bagalkot. He is also with us this online platform, and he accepted our invitation and also for the remain present in inaugural session as well as for the the valuable lectures. So I also heartily welcome to Dr. Balaji sir. I also welcome all the dignitaries, the principal and dean Dr. Gotia sir from the agriculture engineering, our director of extension education Dr. Gajibra sir, ADR Dr. Monal sir, and all the faculties and then last all our students who take a keen interest for that particular webinar and join for the webinar. And last, our 2 speakers are also there, Dr. Alka Singh from the NAU Navsari and Dr. Mahalakshmi Reddy from Hyderabad. She is a retired professor and the handling the one company of the dry flower. So I also welcoming both the speaker and all the dignitaries, all students, all speakers. I heartily welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Varu sir. Now I request to our chief guest, and other dignitary lighting of the lamp and announce the opening of this function.
Hello, Divo, Divo. I don't.
Thank you, sir. Now we will come to our chief guest and other dignitary by presenting ours. So first I request to Dr. D.K. Varun, Organizing Secretary of the webinar. Welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. V.P. Totia sir by presenting the bouquet. Now I request to Dr. N.D. Polra. Welcome to our respected Principal, Chairman and Co-PI, Dr. K. Khut sir by presenting the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I request to Dr. S.M. Makwana. Welcome to our respected DE, Director of Extension Education, Dr. H.M. Gajipra sir by presenting the bouquet. Now I request to Professor J.S. Parsana. Welcome to our respected Dr. P.H. Daksa, Principal and Dean, College of Veterinary College. Thank you. Now I request to Dr. S.K. Bhuva. Welcome to our respected Principal, Dr. N.K. Gotia sir, College of Agriculture Engineering. Thank you, sir. Now I request to Dr. D.R. Kanjaria. Welcome to our DSW. We are Malam, sir. I request to Dr. D.R. Kanjaria. Welcome to our Nodal Officer, Dr. P. Mohan, sir. Now I request to Professor S.V. Vachava. Welcome to our Professor, Head and Organizing Secretary, Dr. D.K. Varun. Thank you. Now, I request to Dr. K. Khut sir, Chairman, Principal and Co-PI of this project for the introductory remarks.
Good morning, everyone. In this seminar, National Seminar on Dry Flowers, a New Age Entrepreneurship in Floriculture Industries, I appreciate the presence of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.P. Chotia sir. I also note the presence of Dr. P.H. Tak, Principals of Veterinary College, our Director of Extension, Dr. H.M. Gajipra, Dr. N.K. Gotia sir, Principals of Agriculture Engineering Technology, Dr. Mohanad sir, and the organizing secretary of this seminar, Dr. Varu, and his teams. Friends, as we all know that horticulture is heart of agriculture. It has great scope of providing lot of entrepreneurs and businessmen. Horticulture has many hands. Among them, one of the best corner is floriculture. The floriculture industry is concerned with the cultivation and trade of cut flowers and loose flowers, potted plants, foliage and bedding plants, and dried flowers under open field as well as under protected environment conditions. Floriculture industries is developed at appreciable level in India due to enormous genetic diversity, varied agroclimatic conditions, and versatile human resources offers in India. Dried flowers products are in very high demand and adds an enriched value to the flourishing industries. Various types of dry flowers products are handmade papers, lamp shades, wall quilt, decoration, books, candles, holders, etc. The flower arrangements using dried samples of corn, foliage, flowers like rosebuds, lilies, and other such plants material enhances the beauty of dry flowers, adding more export value to this industry. Being eco-friendly and long-lasting, dry flowers offers a contemporary alternative to fresh flowers and are also valued for their round-the-year availability. Flowers as well as their part includes shoots, seeds, barks, etc. are dried and dyed using uh, various techniques to give them a desired look. This industry has received a major impetus for its high value, for they offer varied options for decorating interiors and living space. Dry flowers have carved a special place for themselves in celebrations for their long lasting value and a gamut of decorative options. As fresh flowers do not last long and wither away within a short span. India also has a strong dry flower industry, which contributes a major share to the overall trade. The dry flower laboratory is also established in College of Horticulture at our main campus, where students are trained on various aspects of drying of flowers and preparing an array of products. Many products such as pot, purees, incense, fragment candles, greeting cards, dry flowers, sticks, arrangements, buckets, wall pictures, floral designs, pomander, floral wreaths, paperweights, dolls, mirrors, handmade papers, hangers, soaps, soap case, and other gift items which are in high demand today and fetch lucrative returns. This seminar will be helpful to all the participants and also those who belongs to the farming background. The prime focus of our seminar would be on development of entrepreneur on floriculture industry, particularly dry flower products. I express my hearty gratitude to our all guest speakers for his interest in sharing such informative lectures. I also take the opportunity to congratulate the professor and head department of horticulture IDP cell JAU Junagadh and their team who have directed their efforts for organizing these meaningful events. Thank you for all your time and patience listening me.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Now, Dr. Balaji Kulkarni sir also joined with us. So I request to Dr. Kulkarni sir, please address this webinar.
Good morning to everyone. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor of Junagadh Agriculture University, Dr. V.P. Chawastia, Dr. K. Kun, Principal and Co-PI, that is the Principal of College of Agriculture, Dr. P.M. Chauhan, Registrar, Dr. H.M. Gajipara, Director of Extension, Dr. P. Mohanat, EDR, Dr. V.R. Malam, DSW, Dr. D.K. Varun, Professor and Head Department of Horticulture and Organizing Secretary, Co-Organizing Secretaries, Dr. S.K. Boha, Professor J.S. Parasana, Professor Pooja Mehta, faculty members of Junagadh Agriculture University, students and dear participants. First of all, I congratulate and compliment for organizing national level webinar on dry flower, a new age entrepreneurship in floriculture industry, which is a relevant topic and need of the hour. I am very much grateful for the organizers and other officials of the JAU for inviting me as a guest of honor for inaugural session. As we know, the flowers are wonderful creation of the nature. They are regarded as symbol of love, beauty, and a part of life. Besides their aesthetic value, they are also playing important role in improving environment, and they have the capacity of economic and medicinal properties. Nowadays, the farmers are facing so many problems, especially during COVID period. Lot of flowers are wasted due to closure of many temples. So in this context, many farmers are approaching us what to do. So if we have a technology and we have to train the farmers in this dry flower industry, definitely the socio-economic status of the farmers will be enhanced. There is a saying that man is born with flowers, lives with flowers, and dies with flowers. The flowers in Indian customs is used from the birth to death. And even when the Chinese pilgrim Yuan Sang visited our country, he has quoted in his book that Indians are using flowers for different purposes, mainly for worshipping the god or goddess. And they are using the flowers for their decoration, body decoration. So it is a customary in our country that the flowers, use of flowers is just like evolution. And our day begins with worshipping of flowers to the god or goddess. And people, even people, they believe that if they offer a flower to the ancestors, they will be satisfied. So apart from that, the flowers are also used by human, and especially the extracts of many flowers are important part of cosmetics. In this context, the flowers are with our customers. Flowers are used in many forms as a loose flower, cut flower, or dry flower. And you may be knowing they are also used as an insecticide, especially from marigold and other crops. The parathrin is extracted and it is used against the insects. And coming to area, if you see the global area and our the India, 1/3 of area of floriculture is in India. Area under floriculture in India is now 3.39 lakh hectares. The global 1/3 area is under floriculture in our country. And 145 countries are practicing floriculture. The current growth rate of floriculture is 6 to 9%. These are the facts we have to study whether there is a scope for floriculture or not. So in this context, there is a lot of scopes. Every year 10% growth rate is there for floriculture. Coming to consumption, it was very less earlier, but now it is 120 to 160 billion dollars consumption is there every year. The major producers of flowers are Netherlands, Colombia, and Kenya, and major markets are Germany, USA, France, Holland, UK, and Switzerland. Indian floriculture is characterized by traditional flower cultivation, greenhouse production of export quality flowers, fillers and cut foliage, and dry flowers, potted plants, seeds and bulbs, value-added product, and turf grasses. So coming to leading states in our country, the loose flower production is more in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, whereas cut flower production is more in West Bengal, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. So what Indian offers? So as we know, India is having very agroclimatic conditions. Lot of diversity is there, which is not there in other countries. Even if you see the Israel, they will concentrate only on few crops, whereas India is having lot of diversity with respect to flora, fauna, etc. So that can be utilized for dry flower making. And we have very good resources like land, water, plenty of sunlight, and we have plenty of labor, which is not available in Europe or Israel or any other countries. And another possibility is we are very proximity to major markets. Both international markets are very near to India, and government is giving lot of support for the floriculture, and cost-effective technology are developed in floriculture, especially dry flower technology, and consumers shift towards tropical flowers. You may be knowing we are preferring Ribera, Anthurium, Carnation, etc. Whereas the Americans, they are preferring our jasmine. That's why you may be knowing that Tamil Nadu TNU have developed a technology to export jasmine to Dubai, jasmine to America. That means nowadays the consumer preference towards tropical flowers are expanding. They are not preferring the temperate flowers. They are preferring our tropical flowers. In this context, India is having a lot of scope for this floriculture. And coming to Indian export, when you see the export of floriculture, the major contribution is from dry flowers. Around 71% of the product which we are sending, floriculture product, contributed by dry flowers, followed by the cut flowers, live plants, and bulbs, foliage. When you see the fresh flower market, our contribution is less than 1%. Whereas dry flower in the global market, Indian contribution is more than 10%. So we are leader, one of the leader in dry flower export. So nowadays we have to concentrate on diversification. If we go on monocropping or mono cultivation, there is no sustainability. So we have to diversify our crops, we have to diversify our product. So in this context, floriculture is an opportunity for diversification because there is high returns per unit area. If a farmer is having 10 gunta, 20 gunta, he can sustain his livelihood just by 10 guntas with flowers. And better employment opportunities. If you see the jasmine cultivation, if a farmer cultivates one acre of jasmine, he can give employment for 5 to 10 laborers. So that is the opportunity in floriculture. And multiplier effect is there. That means one can start cultivation, one can start value-added production and trading also. This is another area. So our young youths can concentrate. If you are not ready to cultivate in the field, they can fall in trading of flower products. There is a lot of scope is there for this. And expanding market with rise in income. The floriculture market is expanding like anything. And as you know, dry flowers are available throughout the year, and they are having less this post-harvest problems, especially pest and disease problems. They have long shelf life and easy to transport. You may be knowing India is producing a lot of good quality flowers like gladiolus. Gladiolus can be grown open in our country, best quality, whereas it is grown in polyhouses in other countries. Even though we are producing very good quality of gladiolus or bird of paradise, but due to heavy transport cost, all the flowers are very highly perishable. We have to transport by only air. So that is another bottleneck in exporting. So when you dry it, automatically the weight of the flowers will be less. Automatically we can transport either by air or even by sea. So this is an advantage of dry flowers, and there is no phytosanitary certificates is required for exporting dry flowers. So as I told, more than 70% of our export contributed by dry flowers. There are more than 15 odd exporters in our country, especially they are located around Tamil Nadu. There is a place called Tutikor, and in West Bengal also there are some exporters, and their business is more than 150 crores. And more than 1 lakh people are involved in dry flower industry, making dry flower industry. So this is the most promising area in the floriculture when you compare with the other cultivation. Dried flowers and plants are exported from our country. since 40 to 50 years it is going on. So India is a leader in the dry flower industry. The more than 500 varieties of flowers are exported. And you may be knowing flowers are rich source of vitamins, minerals, etc. When I visited Israel, so one professor he offered me a rose tea. So rose is exported from Rajasthan. Dried roses are exported from Rajasthan. There is a lot of demand for dried roses. Like that, there are more than 100 flowers are edible in nature. So just we can simply dry under sun and we can export. You may be knowing in Calcutta there are many companies exporting flowers. So according to 2019-20 data, India has exported 7.95 million US dollars worth of dry flowers, and it is around 32.85 lakh kgs. So this is a very big achievement we have made in exporting dry flowers when compared with our fresh flower exports. As we told, that is various products can be made with the dry flowers. Most of the dry flowers are used in cooking also. So in foreign countries, they are preparing cakes with dried flowers. They are used as a desserts. And as I told, herbal tea is prepared from the dry flowers. They can also be used to flower arrangement, bouquet, then candles. So many products can be prepared. So there are several drying techniques. Simple drying technique is air drying. Just like the what we are doing for garlic and this one hanging drying. That is the simplest method. Press drying is there, and even there is a sophisticated technique of drying where the flower shape, color plus fragrance can also be maintained. That is called freeze drying. So in most of the drying techniques, we can retain color, we can retain shape, but not fragrance. But fragrance can also be retained by different dyeing techniques like freeze drying. So this is a new area. One can develop the entrepreneurship skill by inculcating the drying techniques or some other techniques. So the future thrust, in which direction we have to move. So standardization of raw material for trading. You may be knowing which country requires what type of dried material. We have to have that, and we have to standardize which is the best method for drying of this particular flower. That is the need of our. We have to start some research work on standardization of raw material, the drying techniques for trading, and production technology of dry flowers, and especially packing technologies. We have not standardized the packing technology for most of the dry flowers, how to pack, and different countries they want different packing systems. So we have to inculcate such drying techniques in our packing techniques, in our entrepreneurship skills, and identification of markets. This is another area for new products. If I have some new product of dry flowers, I have to identify which is the market. So that is another area. Regulating marketing. You may be knowing floriculture industry especially is concentrated, or it is only in the hands of middlemen. So that has to be broken. So we have to regulate the marketing systems. That is an area. Application of modern drying techniques. As I told, we are simply drying with under sun or embedding, but there is another technique called freeze drying or some other drying techniques wherein we can also retain the fragrance. So such type of modern drying techniques has to be standardized for our different products. And another area is educating the young youth and training them. Nowadays, everybody is talking about skill development. Prime Minister Modi has announced that we have to develop skill in our young youth so that they can become entrepreneurs. Instead of job seekers, they can give the jobs to the many people. So that is the motto of our country. So we have to educate the farmers, we have to educate the young youth, we have to ignite their minds to become an entrepreneur. So in this connection, we have to organize such type of webinars, trainings, and practical offline trainings for understanding the concept and inculcating the skills. So this is the need of the hour, and we have to survey, and we have to conduct the survey for different products, that is marketing channels, etc. We have to develop. Then path ahead, what we have to do? Cost-effective, innovative technology has to be developed for dry flower industry, and transport subsidy has to be given by the government, and marketing intelligence survey has to be conducted, and we have to develop organized marketing system for dry flower industry, and deleting the commission agents. That is another area we have to concentrate. Diversification of the product. I told you, from Rajasthan we are exporting rose petals. So apart from rose, there are several, more than 100 flowers are edible in nature. So we have to diversify our product for export, and demonstration of new technologies. Whatever we have developed, it has to be demonstrated, and we have to start consultancy centers for the entrepreneurs. So in the university, we should have a consultancy center for the educating them, and we have to have one center of excellence in dry flowers. You may be knowing in floriculture we have center of excellence for protected cultivation, we have center of excellence for orchids, etc. But we don't have a center of excellence for dry flowers. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, you can try for getting a center of excellence under RKVI or other programs, so that the people of entire country can visit your university. We can see the technology developed there. So this is the one area one can think that establishing a center of excellence in a dry flowers. So here we used to say that grow more food. That was the campaign during fifth 5-year plan. But now we should say that grow more flowers, so that the fortune will be there from the flowers. The farmer sustainability is there with the flowers. I feel this is a good sector. That is the dry flower sector is a good sector in floriculture. It is a very lucrative and can help the farmers and increase their income year round. And especially this is a good technology for the youth who are interested towards this farming, especially dry flower making is a white collar job. So they can be attracted by this industry. So I hope this webinar will give in and out of all the aspects of dry flower, and it will ignite the minds of young youth to start up the entrepreneurship in the dry flower industry. So once again, I thank all the authorities of the university, especially Vice Chancellor and other officials, for giving me an opportunity for sharing my views. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and informative speech on scope and importance of dry flower industry in our country as well as in the abroad. Now I request to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.P. Totia, sir, for presidential address.
Good morning to all. On the occasion of inaugural session, the national webinar on dry flower, a new age entrepreneurship in floriculture industry. We have with us Director of Extension Education, Dr. Gajipura, DSW, Dr. Malam, Dean ABM and Principal College of Agriculture, Dr. Kuksar, Dean Faculty of Veterinary, Dr. Taksar, Dean Faculty of Agriculture Engineering, Dr. Gotia Sahib, our ADR, Dr. Monod, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Varu, other faculties of the Horticulture College, and dear participants. We all know that the horticulture is the broad spectrum branch of agriculture, which provides securities like nutritional, medicinal, and environmental to human being. It has a great role in national economy, with contributing nearly 28% of agriculture GDP. It is consist with many components like fruits and vegetables, floriculture, olericulture. Amongst them, the floriculture has also great role in national economy. The area under production of flower is around 3.39 lakh hectares. Earlier, Dr. Kulkarni has said, mostly in West Bengal, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra with a production of near about 10 lakh metric ton of loose and nearly 5,000 million of cut flowers. There is great demand during these days, especially in Christmas, New Year, Valentine Day and Mother's Day. The most promising area in floriculture is the dry flower industry. Export of dried flower and plant from India is more than rupees 400 to 450 crores per year. India is the second largest exporter of dry foliage composed of 71% in the world, and the industry exports 500 varieties of flowers to 20 countries like US, UK, Germany, Netherlands and UAE. Tamil Nadu is the leader in dry flower industry followed by the West Bengal. This business is a potential money spinner for farmers because it has not required a very large area for the cultivation. Dried flowers do not have a problem of storage, unlike fresh flowers, which are perishable commodities. The Agriculture and Processed Food Product Export Development Authority, that is APEDA, has also helped for the export of the dry flowers. Exporting companies at Calcutta in West Bengal, Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu, Mumbai in Maharashtra and Hyderabad in Andhra Pradesh are earning 10 to 15 times higher returns than the domestic market. The market of dry flower is growing very fast across the globe as the people has become more eco-conscious and choose eco-friendly and biodegradable substitute to the fresh flowers. The raw material of dry flower is very easy and wide availability even from the forest also. Lots of species of flower crops are used to prepare the dry flower, which also easy to collect from the farmers. Above all, the agriculture waste of the crop such as maize, sesame, pearl millet, sorghum, linseed and wheat among other can also be utilized to making the dry flower products. Dry flower industry have a great opportunity to generate the employment. The demand of dry flower products increasing day by day, creating job opportunities for the people in abundance, especially to the rural women and housewives. Hence, it is the business to the unemployed youth, women, and even unable individuals. It is labor dependent and could empower the thousands of the unemployed men and women. A small cottage industry or an entrepreneurship can be started in the field of the dried flower with a minimum of rupees 10,000 only. Dried flower products fetch good returns in the market and a single person can earn anywhere between rupees 200 to 1000 per day. Thus, there are huge possibilities to establish the dry flower industry and to provide employment to physically handicapped housewives and to rural women. The Department of Horticulture and Landscape Architecture of the College of the Horticulture, Junagadh Agriculture University has developed the dry flower laboratory and trying to standardize the technology for dehydration and value addition of the large number of the cultivated crop and native flora. Laboratory is acting as a role model for the student and stakeholders. In this webinar on dry flower, as entrepreneurship in floriculture industry will enrich the knowledge of participants and will be a future bridge between recent techniques and stakeholders. The topics covered during a day from well-known experts will be boost for the students, entrepreneurs, and outcome of the webinar will be beneficial to develop the entrepreneurship in the students. I congratulate to organizer for choosing a very good topic which covers the advanced techniques for the preparation of the dry flower products and their marketing. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the role of flower industry in our country as well as in the abroad. Now, last, I request to Dr. S.K. Bhuva, Assistant Professor, for vote of thanks.
Namaste, sir. On this momentous occasion, on the behalf of Department of Horticulture, I would like to submit our proposal to thanks all the dignitaries and well-wisher to all the webinar on a new dry flower, a new age entrepreneurship in floriculture industries. First and foremost, I would like to propose our submit to response to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.P. Junagadh, sir, for his guidance and constant inspiration for quick step for the webinar. And next, I also thankful our principal, Dr. K. Khut, sir, for giving permission and positive attitude for this program. And I also thankful Dr. Balaji Kulkarni, sir, for accepting our invitation as a guest of honor for this opening ceremony. I also thankful to Dr. P.H. Tak, sir, N.K. Gotia, sir, H.M. Gazipura, sir, V.R. Malam, sir, for being our pillar of support for organizing various activity under NAHEP and IDP. I am also thankful to our professor and head, Dr. D.K. Varu, sir, for conceptualizing this wonderful webinar. I am also thankful to Dr. P.M. Mohanad, sir, for providing any support for various organizing under NAHEP-IDP. And I am also thankful to resource person who deliver their webinar, valuable lecture. And I also thankful to all the faculty of horticulture, IDP cell, RASRF. And last but not least, I also heartily thankful to all the students for their actively participate. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Bhuva, sir. So, friends, in few moments, we will start our technical session. So, please remain joining this webinar.
खाली display.
Deep freezing નું કીધું
Please dry.
નાઇટ્રોજન નો ઉપયોગ કરે એમાં
हाँ, minus માં લઈ જઈએ.
લિક્વિડ નાઇટ્રોજનનો ઉપયોગ કરતા હોય.
જેથી કરીને આખું જે નાનું ગામ હતું એમાંથી આખો ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ એરિયા થઈ ગયો. હવે તેમાં લિમિટેડ કંપની
કર્ણાટક
તામિલનાડુ 400 કરોડનો બિઝનેસ બધું એક્સપોર્ટ. એટલે આપણે વીકર સેક્શનમાં ટૂંકમાં મહિલાઓને ટ્રેનિંગ આપીએ ને તો ચાલુ કરે તો દરેક સિટીમાં અત્યારે ક્રાફ્ટના સેન્ટર હોય છે, ઇન્ડોર ડેકોરેશન ઇન્ટિરિયર, એમાં આ બધી પ્રોડક્ટ આવે. એમાં ખાસ કરીને આ વોલપેપર જે છે ને દિવાલનું જે આવે છે એ
So friend, all the participants are request, please remain joined and we will start our technical session. So there is a three lectures. First is the from Dr. Alka Singh, second from the Dr. Balaji Kulkarni sir, and third for the Muhammad Sahib from Reddy. So remain joined and we will start our program in few moments.
You managed to try to find it.
मैं चेप में बात
Social distance.
भूमि प्रेम शौर्य सुशोभिताम् आतिथ्य में अपराजिताम् कृषि मूलम् संस्कृति कृषि वासनम्
बसे श्री द्वारिका
गांधी सुदामा भक्त नरसिंह की कथाएं वैष्णवी
समस्त जगत ऋषि मूलम संस्कृति ऋषि वास कर्म है, वही नया युग धर्म है।
सुन लो किसानों की सदा, सुन लो किसानों की सदा, है देश बंधु की मता, है देश बंधु की मता।
संस्कृति कृषि वर्धनम्, संस्कृति कृषि वर्धनम्, संस्कृति कृषि वर्धनम्।
7 38 02 હજી ત્રીજો લખી દો. અકબરી છે. હજી બીજો લખી દો. 948 84 no, sorry 9428 43 84 73 અકબરી છે.
આવી ગયા? ઓકે, લઈ લઈએ.
I waited about a week and then I retrieved them from my
ક્યાં કાર્ય થયો ભાઈ?
ના, એટલે તો કઈ દો.
હવે એનું કહી દો, વેલકમ કરો પૂજા બેન.
Now we are going for the technical session of this webinar. First speaker of this webinar is Dr. Alka Singh, Professor and Head Department of Floriculture, Landscape Architecture, SP College of Horticulture and Forestry, Navsari Agriculture University, Navsari. And topic of lecture is exploring potential of local flora for dry flower and making of dry flower art product. So I would like to invite to ma'am, please deliver your lecture.
જોઈન્ટ તો થઈ ગયા ને?
ફોન કરીને કહી દો ને. હેમ્બુ એને બોલાવી. આમાં આવતું હતું એને હેમ્બુ બોલાવી.
મેડમ અત્યારે ઓન મ્યુટ નથી, ખબર પડે?
Basically, exclusively on dry flowers.
Mostly UG students are there from agriculture and horticulture side.
G. Okay. Okay. So, very good morning, everyone. Varun sir and all professors, faculties, and dear students. This is very interesting topic In fact, floriculture is interesting, and in that too, dry flowers, because it takes you to a world wherein things come up as everlasting. And I've seen like lot of work based on research has been done at Junagadh, and it is quite interesting. So let's begin with the presentation. I would request the students, like in between, I may stop and ask a few questions, like because my habit is when face to face this talk is going on, we can interact, but it is the limitation of online mode that it becomes a bit difficult. So, sir, જરાક allow કરજો કે વચ્ચે થોડુંક interaction પણ થાય.
અચ્છા
Like because everyone is mute, ના?
વચ્ચે
So in
ઇન્ટરેક્શન
between-
કરતા એવું કરીએ તો આપણે લાસ્ટ અડધી કલાક ઇન્ટરેક્શન નું રાખી દઈએ.
ના એટલે સર છે ને પછી કન્ટિન્યુ એક તરફથી જ બોલવાનું રહે ને
અચ્છા
એટલા માટે એટલે લેટ્સ સી કેવી રીતે આપણે જોઈએ.
Okay, students, UG, PG, all the students and faculty are also requested to interact with madam during lectures.
Sir, in between,
Yeah.
not all, but 2-3 students who would like to, like that.
હા હા થોડાકને પૂછી જોજો ઓલા ભાઈ ફોન કરીને કહી દો વચ્ચે વચ્ચે અમુક પ્રશ્ન પૂછી લો બરાબર.
Just થોડુંક interaction થાય એટલા માટે.
ના ના ઓકે ઓકે યસ
Otherwise, if it is not going well, like I'll continue.
ઓકે ઓકે
Okay.
ઓકે તમારી પીપીટી શેર કરજો.
હાજી 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 એ જ કરું. એટલે ખાલી મને કહેજો કે it is properly seen.
યા યસ
Yes, visible, no?
યા વિઝિબલ ઓકે
Fine. Okay, I'll make it full screen. Fine.
Yeah.
So, a field of, I'll just show a few photographs. Like, a field of flowers is like a child's heart, right? When you see a field of flowers, a field which is completely filled up with flowers, leaves, So, what do you feel seeing these two photographs? Anyone?
આપણે ઇન્ટરેક્ટ કરી શકો.
Okay, kind of because I know it is difficult through online mode to keep it interactive. But I feel like when you ask questions, everyone becomes more attentive, and that makes it a bit more. Students get involved in the talk. Otherwise, sometimes it becomes a little boring. So that is why I have this habit of asking questions. Now, if I would like to ask, like, what is the value of flower or value of ornamental plant? Because in horticulture, other things like fruits, vegetables, value is great in terms of nutrition, right? We eat fruits, we eat vegetables. It is rich in nutrients. We need to have them, but it is essential. But flowers are not essential, right? Essential commodity nothing. That is why, because even in COVID crisis, other goods were considered in agriculture as essential, but not flowers. Still it is cultivated and still it is being sold. Then what is its significance? So one very important significance that everyone knows is environmental role, right? Because when we have plants in our surroundings, when we have greenery nearby, then it has good role on the overall environment. air quality it gets improved even if it is indoor, even if it is outdoor, like uh, roadside plantation. You can feel the difference, like what effect it has on temperature, even on it absorbs so many pollutants, right? So that is a very big role they play on environment. Second, very important role, and that is why flowers are surviving. I would say surviving um, because everything we have chosen which is good for us, right? You know all that in banana so many species were there. We have restricted to the one which we eat. In fruits, in vegetables, we are catching things which are tasty, which we are eating. But what about flowers? We are not eating, still they are being grown. So why? Because it has a very big role on our emotional and psychological impact. And that is why indirectly even socio and economic. Because somewhere its demand is there in the market, so of course it affects the economy. And in these interactive ways it affects our health, right? So what feelings you get when you see flowers? Like you feel joyful, you feel important, you feel vital. Yeah, you feel more livelier. And as you see a flower is opening, is blooming, is blossoming, that kind of feeling somewhere is reflected in it. And that is why you feel more happier and you feel some kind of peace. Usha, um, now flowers, when our surroundings is rich in flowers, then you feel positive. Your creative ability gets boosted. Even your work performance improves, and it has a stress busting effect as well. And in a way, it affects our mood. So this, I'm just not saying these things as such. There is a lot of psychology studies being done at different places in some good universities in USA, in Canada, even in Netherlands also. So my voice is clear, na? Like it is properly audible, no? I am.
Yes. No problem.
So flowers affect our emotional feelings in a positive manner, and that is why any important occasion, like, because it is affecting our personal relationship, it is affecting our thought process. Right? Is it happening indirectly? Right? We are not keeping flowers so that our thought process will work positively. Our relationship will work well. Our feelings would be positive. We are not keeping flowers for that. ऐसा सोच के तो नहीं कर रहे. But this is the after effect. This is just happening simultaneously. It is not just a perception, but it is indirectly being affecting, and that is why you can see the importance of flowers in wedding, importance of flowers in religious ceremonies, importance of flowers in any important custom, even in business relationship when any deal is going on. And you will find in culture, our old culture also, even in gardens also, landscaping also, certain treaties were signed only at specific place in garden, like in Persian garden. Then in Japanese garden, they were meant to get connected with nature. So it had a very big role on the spiritual significance. Now, how does it improve health? Of course, it improves health in many ways. Like there are plants which, even flowers which are ornamental, they are having medicinal value. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just having plants nearby. They affect our health. So it has been found that in hospitals also, the recovery rates improve. Your blood pressure is normalized quickly if you have a surrounding which is having plants. Then there has been a study that says that our concentration and focus gets improved if in classroom we have plants. Hmm? Uh, ऐसा रिफ्लेक्शन आपको कहाँ देखने को मिलता है? In our tradition, we had this tradition. If you remember, our Sri Rabindranath Ji Tagore, he had that this concept of having trees, studying beside the trees. शांति निकेतन में वैसे था, पेड़ों के नीचे बैठ के पढ़ना है. And now this thing, Western culture has picked up, especially for small children, for kindergarten, for preschool kids. They have a way wherein students they learn sitting beside the trees, or they just have a walk in nature and grasp things and learn by talking or whatever way. Focus is not trees or plants. Focus is on the subject, but surroundings, plants and trees are there. That is how your focus improves. So I would say all students, you all are very lucky to study in an agriculture university because you are getting that kind of surrounding which mostly people miss. Now, what is floriculture? अभी can anyone tell me? कोई mic on करके बोलेगा? What do you understand by floriculture? सर आप कोई स्टूडेंट पर आंसर આપે તો જરા સારું. કોઈ પણ કોઈ એક સ્ટુડન્ટ મને આન્સર આપે કે what is floriculture?
फिर આપણે મ્યુટ છે. સ્પીકર અનમ્યુટ છે આપણે. હેલો student please requested to ask question to madam. What is floriculture? Yes. Hello. Student please. નામ નામ કોઈનું બતાવે?
દિશા જાણે જોઈન્ટ થઈ છે દિશા થાય
દિશા થાનકી.
દિશા.
કોઈ any student.
બ્રિજેશ સોલંકી.
એમાં કઈ hard and fast નથી, simple. What do you understand by floriculture?
એમને સંભળાય
પાર્થિબા.
Yes, sir.
હા.
Give the answer.
What is floriculture?
Ma'am, floriculture is the branch of horticulture which deals with the study of flowers and their management and their marketing too. We involve dry flowering also in that.
So only cultivation of flowers and marketing?
No, ma'am, means regarding flowers means like the post-harvest management also, their marketing and etc.
Thank you.
So beta, it just doesn't cover flowers. Cultivation. From the word cultivation, culture has been. their flower designing, flower arranging, whatever you say, then floral adornments, then essential oils, natural dyes, packaging. अभी ये जो सारे concepts हैं, commercially they are having very good demand. Commercially they are highly viable. But as I said, unfortunately हमारे पास data नहीं है. We don't have exact data like how these things are going on. So today we have picked up wonderful topic. I would really appreciate the efforts of Dr. Varu sir um, and the dean of your college and the Junagadh Agriculture University for choosing such a good topic for this webinar because it has direct commercial application and our state is lacking in this. We are not having इतना potential होते हुए भी we are not having units based on commercial for dry flowers. अब what is dry flower? Dry flower is just they are dried, preserved, processed so that their aesthetic value is for a longer time or it lasts forever. Forever तो मैं नहीं कहूँगी but I would say the flower which is having 7 to 8 days उसकी लाइफ बढ़ा के आप 2 साल 3 साल 4 साल 5 साल इतना कर देते हैं so that is more than enough and because if you see you have people have this mentality कि flowers लाके घर में रख के खराब हो जाएंगे why to waste money on flowers people use them in decoration in our country what we see है ना आप लोग आपके आसपास में भी देखते होंगे कि फूल लोग वैसे नहीं खरीदते हैं लाइक फ्रूट्स वेजिटेबल्स मार्केट से फूल लाके सिर्फ घर में रखने के लिए ऑफिस में रखने के लिए people don't spend even 30 rupees 40 rupees जो in general people spend money for tea beverages soft drinks उसके लिए जो पैसा रोज खर्च करते हैं even that much money weekly also people don't buy flowers. Reason being, it is not so that people don't like, they do like, but the thing is they know અને રાખીને મૂકશું ને 4-5 દિવસમાં તો બગડી જશે શું કરવા so if you can make them long lasting the customer का जो दायरा है वो बढ़ जाता है more and more people would be wanting to buy flowers. Okay, and then there are many uses which are not possible in fresh stage. Those uses can come up using dried flowers. This I already. Then second thing is कि वो inexpensive हो जाता है because fresh flowers you have to buy every time. Dry flowers you have bought and then you can keep it for 6 months for one year or so. You can gift it and it will remain to the person to whom you have given for a longer time. Now, what is the principle behind drying? Like, how good is that? How much you have to dry it? So you have to dry it. You have to reduce the moisture content of the flowers to a point wherein the biochemical changes come up to somewhat standstill position. Wherein उसका जो cell structure है, texture है, petal का pigments है, shape है. So ज़्यादा degrade ना हो. It comes to a standstill. Now, talking about exports, you can see this. These are the floriculture exports. Just see the trend. I want to show you that in 2007 there was a dip. हमारे overall floriculture का dip गया था. It went down 300 crores पे. और फिर वो it again went down और फिर again it has picked up. Okay, अभी 2-4-5 साल से it is doing well. It has crossed around slowly 400 then 500 crores. As you see here, 11-12 में dip था, 7-8 में dip था. उससे पहले there was one time in 2006 where the exports were above 600 crores. Then there was dip, But as you see, it has picked up. I'll show you other data also. So this is the position now. So even this year we had this COVID pandemic. See, 500 crore से ज़्यादा है. Last 4 years, it has crossed 500 crores. That is a good indication. ये हमें after 5 to 6 years we got this position. And it is stable. It is stable. जबकि this year there due to COVID pandemic everything was down. So जो February March में जो थोड़ा सा profit I would say export होना चाहिए था वो नहीं हुआ. And because of that there is a big dip. You can say 1920. Okay. अभी clear data we'll know by next year कैसा होता है. India is doing very well when it comes to dry flowers. It is the 5th largest exporter of dry flowers, and um, major importers जो है for dry flowers are USA, Netherlands, Germany, UK, Japan, Ethiopia, UAE. So basically, it is reaching to USA, it is reaching to Middle East, it is reaching to Europe. Okay. Business की अगर बात करें, when we see the business of dry flowers, it is mainly localized in Tamil Nadu. It is Tamil Nadu where a lot of companies, factories are there who are manufacturing dry flowers. I would say manufacturing. आप लोग बोलो कि मैम dry है ना, live है. Why you are saying manufacturing? That I'll talk later. Because so much processing they do once the flowers are dried and then they go for processing. Okay, from where the material is collected, basically it is collected from West Bengal, from Orissa, from MP, from Andhra, from northeastern states, basically even Bihar. You will not find Gujarat. So I want someone from you to start something of your own with this dry company. So 60 private companies. They are based basically mainly in Tuticorin, that is in Tamil Nadu, and also in Kolkata. और जो भी material shipping होता है that goes through by sea. अब ये जो मैंने आपको पहले बताया, it is being exported to these countries. Basically, these are the flowers which are in high demand. अब इसका uses क्या है dry flowers का? I think everyone knows about them. Different ways you can make arrangements, you can make bouquets, you can make gift boxes. You can make different decorations, corsets, cards, so many things. Then potpourri. I hope everyone might have seen potpourri, and you must have had it also. अपने घर में या अपने ऑफिस में you might have kept also potpourri. So what is that? It is just a mixture of sweet scented plant parts. तो इसमें see when we talk about dry flowers, आपको imagine सिर्फ flowers नहीं करना है, उसके साथ बहुत कुछ है. Even dried leaves, stems, roots, seeds, all these things, and it is being packed in a bowl or in a muslin cloth or in a transparent polypropylene kind of thing. और उसमें क्या essential oils are being added because it is dried, the essential oil just absorbs. These are different potpourris in packets. You can see. अभी जो एक्सपोर्ट कर रही है ना कंपनीज, उसमें क्लियर कट है either they are making potpourris or they are making products for home decor. ड्राई फ्लावर का दो यूज है बेसिकली. ऐसे तो लिस्ट बहुत सारी है, कैटेगराइज्ड है ड्राई फ्लावर्स. तो बेसिकली इट इज इन टू. One is for decorative purpose, another is for air freshener, room freshener purpose. Okay, potpourri. These are the few companies which are top leaders in dry flower exports. So one is Mr. Ramesh Flowers Private Limited, then this Fauna International, then Ziba Floor Natural Decorations at Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. Then Salem Spices. Salem Spices जो है, it is basically making only potpourris, and this company is not selling anything in India. ये जितनी companies हैं जो मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, ये सारी companies, they are not selling a single product here. They are exporting everything. Ramesh Plus is one of the oldest companies. कब शुरू किया उसने 1982 में. It is having its own R&D center. कितना 2000 employees. So और what tourists के साथ साथ they've started this candles, bouquets and threads. Main clientele कौन सा है? IKEA, then Walmart, Asda, Coens, Michael. These are the main clientele of these companies. ये कुछ photographs I am showing from Ramesh class. Okay. तो ये सब चीजें they collect from forest areas, from interiors, and you see this coloring processing is being going on. और ये कुछ products है रमेश क्लास के, they make different products, and industry में बहुत ज़्यादा changes हो रहे हैं. Even it is difficult to find out कि कौन सा species, which species they are working with, which species they are dealing with, they just don't disclose. It is all widely they are just collecting, processing, drying करते हैं, bleach करते हैं, color करते हैं, कुछ uncolored रहते हैं, lots of leaves, lots of pods. I will show you some photographs also. तो basically जो export हो रहा है तो उसमें ये सब चीजें हैं. Wood rose, jute rose, wild lilies. Wild lilies because we don't know which lilies. Then helichrysum. Helichrysum you all know, right? Then this dahlias, then backpaver. Even rose is very well dried. Then this delphinium, larkspur, lavender. Even solidago, golden rods, yellow color flowers. Then marigold. Then helichrysum, centuria, limonium. So the words they have just got mixed up. It is so this Confina, then pods of lotus, and even lots of inflorescence of grasses also. They are also being used. So few photographs of markets, right now markets I'm showing. Okay. This is the Delhi market. Then this Manipur. As I said, it is just not about plants, but lot of things like stems, roots, shoots, buds, thorns, barks, everything you can consider for drying. Again, a few photographs of potpourri. This is from Salem Spices. Salem Spices का product है. Now I'll show you different species, different things which are being exported. Okay. तो ये पूरा एक list है. Ornamental, thorns, needles, bark, shoots. इतने सारे species. And such kind of products is being. ये जो fruiting आने के बाद the pods remain, no, so that is dried and the bleaching is done, and then such colors either they use this plain color, just varnish it, or they use golden and silver. So you see this, you can identify a few only, otherwise you just cannot even identify what it is. Then cones and curls. Many plants are having a bit curls. जो उसकी tendrils हैं या फिर कुछ roots हैं उसको collect करके उसको भी they give a particular shape and then they bleach it and color it. Then plants having ornamental foliage. So you can see a big list. I can send you this list also later on. So एक बड़ा list here you will see. I'm not reading out everything. Then grasses and fillers. So lots of grasses and fillers are being used as dry plants. Then, as I said, leaves. Leaves are so many species of them. Leaves are being used. They are just press dried. Either sometimes they are skeletonized or sometimes they are not skeletonized and they are just used. Then plants with ornamental flowers. Okay, जो at least पहले भी दिखाया आपको. Now some more plants. Then these kind of flowers are also being made out of certain things. So a lot of, you can see so much of modifications and they are really looking so beautiful. But even I can identify like from what species they have collected. Then plants with ornamental stems. So right from bamboo, even this curry leaf, then this prunus, malus, also so many trees are being used for ornamental purpose. Yeah, the sticks, they make sticks like this. किसी किसी का leaves, किसी किसी का fruit pod ऐसे stick करके they make such kind of sticks. Here in this pottery you will see जो कुछ citrus species का कुछ fruits के pods, spices also they add, है ना, to give that tangy smell. And you can see such things. Mainly, a lot of things is waste, but packaging is very good. You know, like they collect many things which are just falling down in forest. In campus, you will see that during this season, lots of leaves fall off, lots of flowers they just fall off. So they just collect them and process them, clean them off, color them off, add some good fragrance. Fragrance ki aisi ki which is woody, which is more natural. So those fragrance essential oils they add, make a nice packaging, and they sell it off. Then greeting cards one can make, frames, such kind of frames one can make. Then in sealed container, अभी एक मैडम का टॉक होगा. She is from Hyderabad, Dr. Mahalakshmi. She has taken patent also of this. And you will find that she has made lot of products which she dried them with freeze dry method and then pack it up. Because क्या होता है, these dry flowers they are very fragile in nature. So if you keep them just open, humidity will catch up, dust will get collected, they start degrading. बहुत जल्दी degradation होने लगता है. So here, if you keep them in airtight condition, they last longer. Can make them arrangements like can make like this, or even काफी सारी grass की species, काफी सारी even this wheat, bajra, jowar, these things also you can clump, you can just make beautiful arrangement out of that. Then this kind of baskets you can make this such kind of decorative hat like. This is dombia flowers, then the solidapo flower, rose, comfrena, okay. Then you can make such kind of candles. You can lot of flowers like annuals. Mostly all annuals you can dry by press drying. You can make candles out of it. Then such kind of bouquets you can make. I think the concept is clear. Now we'll proceed further with drying technology. So when you are collecting flowers, you have to take care that you are taking fresh material. So it should be turgid. पहले से wilting effect नहीं होना चाहिए. Then it should be clean. थोड़ा भी spots होंगे तो वो नहीं लेना, because what happens even if small spots are there, if you dry them, वो spots भी ज़्यादा दिखता है after dry. So that you have to see कि आपके जो flowers है should be of good quality, foliage भी अच्छी quality का होना चाहिए. There shouldn't be any dew deposition on that. मतलब थोड़ा sunny हो तब आपको collect करना है. So temperature, humidity and airflow, these three are the important factors. So you have to see that if you are using oven, तो बहुत ज़्यादा high temperature पे नहीं जाना. You shouldn't go for 60 or 45 तक ठीक है. Because high temperature पे pigment degradation is more. Then you have to see कि humidity shouldn't be more. Like where you are growing your flowers और पानी वानी वहाँ पे you have done irrigation. So the field is bit humid. तो थोड़ा सा sunny condition हो जाए तब harvest करके आपको लाना है. Then where you are working, that place shouldn't be humid. नहीं तो वो drying process would slow down. Air flow rate भी थोड़ा अच्छा होना चाहिए for drying. Now different methods के अगर हम will go to different methods. First is air drying or hang drying. So basically you all know कि hang drying में क्या करना है, just air by itself does its part of drying. So you just depending on the flowers you can hang, mostly flowers you can hang them upside down, like rose, like carnation, like gomphrena, like solidago. ये सब flowers को आपको upside down you have to hang them. And this is जो काफी सारे फ्लावर हेड्स हैं या ग्लासेस हैं उसको भी हम एयर ड्राई कर सकते हैं. Mostly all grasses you can dry them in air like this. At least I'm just showing. So this is how it is done. और जब हम उसको ऐसे टाई अप करते हैं, when you tie them up, it becomes loose. ड्राई होने के बाद लूज होने लगता है. So you have to see it every alternate day, every 2 days कि उसको थोड़ा टाइट कर देना है. Otherwise flowers will fall off. दूसरा कि जहाँ पे आप ड्राई कर रहे हो, it should be in dark. ज़्यादा लाइट नहीं होनी चाहिए वहाँ पे, so that your color is properly retained. Then few flowers you can just dry them by keeping in water. है ना, पानी में अपने फ्लावर के स्टेम को डिप करते हैं, slowly evaporation होगा, slowly transpiration होगा from flowers. It will start drying up. उसका जो intake है flower का, absorption है, that will reduce and transpiration will continue. So that way slowly it will dry up. So this hydrangea, then Morucella, so that is bells of Ireland, Celosia, ऐसे जो flowers हैं, you can try this thing. Now press drying, everyone knows, like you must have done press drying. I've been doing it from school time, you're making herbariums. तो वैसे ही है. So you can keep them either in book or you can use herbarium. ध्यान ये रखना होता है, I think everyone knows this, that you have to occasionally see it so that it doesn't stick up or any fungal growth doesn't come up. और उसका कलर अच्छे से retain होना चाहिए, so that you have to keep on checking. Then second method, next is this oven method. Oven is good because you can maintain temperature. Like 40 डिग्री पे fix कर दिया तो slowly 40 डिग्री पे it will dry slowly and pigment retention will be good. Press drying you can keep in shade, you can keep in your lab, you can keep in your room, you can even keep in oven for some time. तो थोड़ा सा process fast हो जाता है. Lots of flowers you can use for press drying. You can use almost all kind of annuals. That's the beauty of it. क्योंकि annuals हमें कम मिलते हैं, जैसे अभी winter में सबसे ज़्यादा annuals है. बाद में summers में नहीं मिलेंगे. So you can enjoy the beauty of these seasonals even in other season. Winter season के annuals आप summer में भी enjoy कर सकते हो, right? So that's the beauty. You can frame them up nicely. You can write something in that. You can gift it to someone. Like this, we have made this from our college. The next comes up is freeze drying. I won't be going much into this. I think Dr. Mahalakshmi will be there as a speaker. She will go. She has done a lot of work on freeze drying. Very, very costly. This technique is because freeze drying is very, very costly, but it gives ultimate quality. The quality of flowers is just beautiful when you dry them through freeze drying. तो freeze drying में क्या होता है कि एक बार temperature fast high होगा, they'll just vaporize it इतना fast. तो और उसके बाद it will freeze. पहले it is quickly frozen, so it brings down temperature to -10, and then it is exposed to very very high temperature under vacuum, so it will just evaporate. तो उसके जो petal cells है, pigments है, वहीं के वहीं stand still हो जाते हैं, and that is why this technique is very good. It is very good for preserving flowers, especially जो आपके वेडिंग के बुके हैं या ऐसा कुछ स्पेशल ओकेजन का है which you want to hold it for years, and there are very rich people who want to give lot of money to hold those special moments के जो flowers and they just want to keep them throughout the life, so you can get this thing done through freeze drying. इस तरह से. Then embedding, I think you students might have tried this. Embedding में क्या है कि in some media flowers are embedded, and depending on the type of flowers, like if the they are इस तरह से roundish shape में है, तो you just keep them 1 or 2 inch layer is there of embedding media, and on that flowers are placed, and then that media is again covered up on the flowers. So slowly, what will happen? The flowers will lose water. जो मीडिया है, मीडिया में क्या है? Resident है. It is either silica gel or sand or borax. Even sawdust is used. तो वो क्या करता है? It will slowly absorb moisture from the petals. So this will be a continuous process, and slowly the flower will dry. But what will happen during this process? It won't shrink. Petals shrink नहीं होंगे because of the pressure of the desiccant. तो वो जो shape है petal cells की, that will be retained. You will get good quality flowers like that. और dry होने के बाद you can just So आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं ना, इस तरह से पूरा कवर हुआ, and then after 2 to 3 days it is dried, and then you can just remove the flowers like that. So these are the desiccants which are being used. Desiccant इसलिए बोलते हैं because they are absorbing the moisture. और इन सभी में सिलिका जेल, बोरेक्स, boric acid, sand, alum powder, sawdust. So these are all the desiccants in which this silica gel is, though it is a bit costlier, but it is most desirable. Desirable in the sense it retains very good quality in all of these. If other thing is not available, and which is the most reasonable thing, is sand. You can use a seashore sand, even that is good. तो अभी इसके लिए आप you can take flowers with stem also. If you are taking with stem, you can keep them horizontally. और इस जो embedding technique है उसके कुछ benefits हैं. Benefits में ऐसा है कि the flower shape and color is mainly retained, जो आपको hand drying में नहीं मिलता. Hand drying में क्या होता है? There is a bit shrinkage of petals, you might have seen. Press drying में it gets flatter. It is not in 3-dimensional. 3-dimensional अगर आपको flowers चाहिए तो you have to go in for embedding method और ये जो this freeze drying method. Then there are some special techniques also, like you can go for skeletonizing. Skeletonized leaves, people के लिए देखे होंगे ना आप लोगों ने, at times people leaves, they just fall off, and when monsoon is there, they are just dipped as a in water, and then slowly the chlorophyll loss is there, and only vanish, and only skeletons are being left out. So that effect you might have seen. But that we also you can do using some chemicals. Then you can bleach also. You can bleach or sulfur them. Then there is another method that is glycerin. Glycerin. Glycerin में क्या है कि 2 parts water and 1 part glycerin, or 1 part water and 1 part glycerin. Then stem is dipped in that, and slowly it will absorb. है ना? वो stem absorb करता है. Water will evaporate. Sorry, water will transpirational loss of water will be there, but glycerins will be still there in the foliage or in the stem, and that will give flexibility of it. तो जो हमें flexible रखना है कुछ materials, you can use glycerin. Although color loss will be there, color green तो नहीं रहेगा, but the flexibility would be there. This dark orchid color, or this dark mustard color, sometimes it gives dark olive color. So that also looks well, it looks beautiful when we talk about dry flowers. And a dry flowers mein this brown tinge, yellow tinge, white tinge, light pink tinge, yes, it's also, they look nice. So you can skeletonize leaves using chemicals like sodium carbonate. You can use even potassium hydroxide. Around 5% solution mein you can dip your leaves. Then you can bleach by using sodium chloride. You can bleach this keratinized leaf, you can bleach your other dry material using sodium chloride. Maybe you can try with 5% solution. Care, so you have to take that you keep them in a dark place after drying because it is fragile. अच्छे से packing करके रखना है. Then you can try different ways to decorate them. Like you can be a little give some contemporary look, some modern by using some accessories. You can have some harmony effect by using neutral colors. So ज़्यादा colors को ये नहीं करना. You can go for mild colors. You can give focalized effect. Like this, you can show the depth and rhythm. Then this Western concept also you can bring in your flower arrangement. ऐसे इस तरह का mirror also you can make, frames you can make, bouquets you can make, traditional lines while effect you can give. Such big assemblage. In flower arrangement, you know these terms, no? Assemblage, constructions, all these things you can make in dry flowers. This is a very huge arrangement. I have seen it in Denmark, a very big dry flower arrangement. There was a show, and they made it. Can be little creative in this also. Like can make a butterfly out of this. Then whatever you have to use natural things. This is construction, the big arrangement, all dry things. As you can dry a few flowers and you can make such kind of frames. Some big frames also you can make, give a effect of like tree. Then rose can be very well dried. Even you can take white roses, paint them and dry them. So whatever color you want, it will be retained very well. So this is it, and as I said कि rose and comfrena जो हमारे पास जो flowers हैं which we have, that you should try, and so many grasses also you can try for drying.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. Students are requested to interact with madam. हेलो
So we can discuss, and then I'm having a video also which I can show them.
all the students are requested to interact with madam and ask the question. Parthiba. Satyam, Goplani Satyam. Ma'am, play the video. Play the video, madam.
So thank you.
Video play કરો madam.
વિડિયો પ્લે કરે ના એટલે થોડું કઈ પૂછે વાત કરે તો આઈ ફીલ ગુડ ના મને બી એમ લાગે કે હું સામે કોઈ છે ને બોલી રહી છું
ઓજા
I just give me a feel like there is no one. I'm seeing 99 participants but no one is interacting.
ગોંડલિયા ધ્રુતિ.
એટલે online system નું આ શોર્ટ કમિંગ છે because we fail to interact like
ગોપલાની સત્યમ. શિવમ. હેલો.
સમજ પડી કે નહીં એટલું તો કેવું જે હું કહી રહી છું.
હેલો સત્યમ.
I
ક્વેશ્ચન
don't
પૂછો
even
મેડમ ને.
understand what I was saying.
ત્રિવેદી. સત્યમ. Deep Oja. Ask the question.
Ma'am,
Hanji.
can you say about some resin products of dry flower?
Some
Resin products of dry flowers.
care products?
Resin. A few days ago, I seen in YouTube that some resin products of jewelry.
Jewelry.
Resin madam. Resin.
Resin, yes. Resin, embedded resin. I will show अभी वीडियो में दिखाऊंगी. So resin से आप कर सकते हो. You can embed flowers. After dry flowers, you can embed flowers with resin. That is
Yes.
possible.
Can you say where we can get this resin products?
Yeah, chemicals. You have to approach to this those dealing with chemicals. Chemicals वाले के पास से मिलेगा. You can get.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Because you this is silica gel आपको chemicals वाले के पास से मिलेगा. Similarly, you can get resin also. You can embed. ये dry flowers embed हो जाते हैं resin में. Yes.
તળાવ્ય પૃષ્ટિ. ગુજરાતીમાં મેડમ ને પૂછી શકો છો ક્વેશ્ચન.
ના પૂછો ગુજરાતીમાં હિન્દીમાં જેમ પૂછો.
હેલો. મેડમ ઘણું ડ્રાય ફ્લાવર પર કામ કરે છે અને ઘણા વિડિયો મેડમ ના અવેલેબલ છે ડ્રાય ફ્લાવર માટે. તો મેડમ ના ઘણા વિડિયો છે YouTube ઉપર અને ડ્રાય ફ્લાવર માં મેડમ ઘણું કામ કરે છે. તો તમારે જે પણ ક્વેશ્ચન હોય મેડમ ને પૂછી શકો છો. વરુ સુરભી.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask the question to Alka ma'am.
ખબર ખ્યાલ તો આવ્યો ને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ લાગ્યું કે બોરિંગ લાગ્યું એટલું તો કેવું I can understand. Okay, you are facing a problem which facing a problem in which after making a product dry plant that was affected, damaged by fungus. Yes. તો એ જ હું કહું છું because આપણે ત્યાં humidity હોય છે ને તો fungus infestation comes up. So you can varnish your product. उससे आपको एक layer varnish कर देना है and you have to keep it protected. उसको ज़्यादा जहाँ पे aeration हो ऐसी जगह नहीं रखना है natural condition में. You have to keep it. I'll show my lab. अच्छा वो वीडियो में दिख नहीं जाएगा. This is actually our lab, है ना? This is our value addition lab. You can see? Yes ma'am. हाँ. तो क्या है कि हम लोग we have got this ऐसे cupboards बनाए हुए हैं. In that we keep. और कुछ फ्रेजाइल है प्लस उनको हम बॉक्सेस में रखने पड़ते हैं. So when you use them, you keep in, you can take out. ऐसे ओपन में रखेंगे तो फंगस इन्फेस्टेशन होगा. You have to spray you have to spray some warning or such kind of thing. Okay, ma'am.
Janika,
Ma'am. So you are also there. Welcome, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. How come she came in this? How can I? It's my favorite point, ma'am. That's why. Okay. I'm happy to see your name, in fact. Yeah. My student. She knows, like, Saryu knows how much I interact because find it boring, like, if I have to just keep on talking. Like, I would have loved to be there on stage in front of all students. That is it. Okay, so સમજ તો પડી ને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ કોઈને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ આવી આ ફિલ્ડમાં બીકોઝ આ ટોપિક એવું છે કે બધાને ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ ના પણ આવે ઇટ ઇઝ બીકોઝ ફ્લોરિકલ્ચર ઇઝ સો વાસ્ટ લાઈક કોઈને લેન્ડસ્કેપિંગમાં ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ આવે કોઈને ઇન્ડોરમાં ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ આવે કોઈને ઓપન ફિલ્ડ કલ્ટિવેશનમાં ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ આવે કોઈને પ્રોટેક્ટેડમાં આવે કોઈને ફ્લાવર અરેન્જમેન્ટમાં આવે ડ્રાય પ્લાન્ટ્સ સો ઇટ ઇઝ અ વેરી વાઇડ ટોપિક so I hope કે ને પણ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ જનરેટ કરી હોય the interest weapon generate સમજ પડી હોય like at least your thinking of dry flower should have been broadened. I feel that.
Ma'am,
Manji.
Ma'am, I made a dream catcher once, but ma'am, after some time, its color goes dull. So, is there is any way to maintain that color, or we have to polish some color or anything? Means after some time, it's getting dull in color.
This happens, so you have to dry it properly. अगर वो dry proper नहीं हुआ है, like if it is the moisture is not being reduced to a certain level, आपको लगता है dry हो गया, but it is not dry, then color will be. And I said कि the outer environment condition that will affect. It is not totally spent तो नहीं आता है. Somewhere some process goes on. थोड़ा तो fading होगा ही. But you can save it by keeping in protected atmosphere, like उसको कबर्ड में रखो, उसको as I said windows के पास नहीं होना चाहिए, फैन के पास नहीं होना चाहिए. Then you can color it, मतलब कलर करके तो it loses its neutral look, पर varnish कर सकते हो.
Janika.
Yes sir. अंकल मैम. हाँ जी. मैम हम लोगों ने बुकमार्क और फ्रेम बनाई थी ड्राई फ्लावर में से और बुकमार्क है वो तो बुक में ही रखेंगे हम लोग तो उसमें वो प्रॉब्लम आता है कि वो ब्लैक हो जाता है उसको फंगस इन्फेक्शन होता है तो उसे प्रिवेंट करने के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं. वही मैं बोल रही हूँ कि आपका ड्राई अच्छा नहीं होगा तो ही होगा ऐसे अगर ड्राई हुआ है तो फिर फंगस इन्फेस्टेशन नहीं होता है उसमें मॉइस्चर रह गया है तो देन दिस प्रॉब्लम कम्स अप. ठीक है अगर हाँ नहीं तो कुछ नहीं 20-20 साल तक आई कैन शो यू कार्ड्स जो 20-20 साल पुराने हैं. आई मेड इट दे आर स्टिल लाइक दैट. ओके तो ड्राई अच्छे से होना चाहिए. ड्राई अगर अच्छे से नहीं हुआ तो फंगस विल कम अप मतलब मॉइस्चर उसमें रह गया है इट विल कम अप. आपको रिड्यूस करना है अराउंड 5-6% तक मॉइस्चर इतना कम कर देना. ओके मैम थैंक यू मैम. Okay. So I think we can go ahead with video.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam, voice is not start.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Voice is not audible, ma'am.
Voice is not coming. Yes, I got it. Volume off हो गया था मेरे से.
Oh.
ड्राई फ्लावर एक बहुत बड़ा कंपोनेंट है फ्लोरिकल्चर का, और जो फ्लोरिकल्चर के एक्सपोर्ट अभी
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है ना?
Yes.
ठीक है ना?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
देखते हैं पिछले 10 सालों में तो इसमें देखा गया है कि 60 to 70% शेयर ड्राई फ्लावर्स का है। लेकिन ये जो ड्राई फ्लावर्स एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं वो फ्लावर्स नहीं है जो हम कट फ्लावर में बेसिकली जो ड्राई फ्लावर्स एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं वो फ्लावर्स हैं जो वाइट स्पीसीज है, जो जनरली फॉरेस्ट में पाए जाते हैं, ट्री स्पीसीज है। उस तरह के फ्लावर्स और फ्रूट्स, पॉट्स, लीव्स इन सबको सुखा के प्रोसेस करके स्केलेटनाइज करके या ब्लीच करके या फिर कलर करके ये सारी चीजें एक्सपोर्ट हो रही है। लेकिन कट फ्लावर्स भी ऐसे हैं जिनको अच्छे से ड्राई किया जा सकता है, इसका कलर और शेप रिटेन हो सकती है। ड्राई फ्लावर इस तरह के जो कट फ्लावर्स को हम ड्राई फ्लावर में कन्वर्ट करते हैं तो बहुत सुंदर भी लगेंगे। उसमें रोज और ऑर्किड ये दो फ्लावर्स ऐसे हैं जिनको आप अच्छे से ड्राई कर सकते हैं। और जब भी आप ड्राई करें तो पहली चीज है कि आप किस स्टेज के फ्लावर में, मतलब हार्वेस्ट स्टेज क्या होनी चाहिए, इसका ओपनिंग स्टेज कैसा होना चाहिए। तो रोज में टाइट बड स्टेज नहीं होनी चाहिए, मतलब बहुत टाइट बड नहीं होना चाहिए, प्लस पूरा खिला हुआ भी नहीं होना चाहिए। खिला हुआ होगा तो उसकी जो ब्रेकिंग है ड्राइंग के बाद वो चीज ज्यादा हो सकती है। तो मिडिल स्टेज होनी चाहिए रोज की। ऑर्किड है तो वो जो फ्लावर है उसके एक एक फ्लावर आपको ड्राई करना है तो वो पूरा खिला हुआ आप ले सकते हैं। दूसरी चीज ये है कि उसके कहीं भी पानी के ड्रॉपलेट्स नहीं होने चाहिए, यूज नहीं होनी चाहिए जो भी आप फ्लावर्स ले रहे हैं। तो जैसे मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि ऑर्किड है डेंड्रोबियम है ना, ये फ्लावर अच्छे से ड्राई हो सकता है। तो अगर कहीं पे कुछ ड्रॉपलेट्स आपको दिखे तो उसको आपको टिश्यू से क्लीन कर लेंगे, है ना, बैक साइड से और फ्रंट साइड से। तो पूरा ड्राई होना चाहिए, देयर शुड नॉट बी एनी वाटर ड्रॉपलेट्स, और फिर आप इसको ड्राई के लिए रखेंगे। और ड्राइंग में ऑर्किड को अगर देखते हैं तो प्रेस ड्राइंग से आप अच्छे से इसके पेटल्स को सेपरेट करके कर सकते हैं, रोज के पेटल्स कर सकते हैं। लेकिन पूरा फ्लावर आपको करना है तो आपके लिए एम्बेडिंग मेथड बेस्ट है। और एम्बेडिंग में भी मैं एडवाइस करूंगी कि सिलिका जेल आप यूज करें, सैंड भी आप यूज कर सकते हैं। तो कैसे इसको करेंगे वो मैं थोड़ा सा एक शॉर्ट क्लिप में आपको दिखाऊं। एक सिलिका जेल में कलर रिटेंशन काफी अच्छा रहता है। तो सिलिका जेल जो आप लें वो पाउडर फॉर्म में होना चाहिए, और ये आप देखिए 60 to 120 प्लस साइज ये वाला सिलिका जेल हम लोग यूज करते हैं इसमें। तो बेसिकली करना क्या है, किसी भी कंटेनर में एक लेयर आपको सैंड का या फिर सिलिका जेल का एक लेयर बना देना है। अराउंड 2 सेंटीमीटर से लेके 3 सेंटीमीटर तक एक लेयर बना, लेयर के ऊपर आप फ्लावर्स को रखते जाएंगे अच्छे से, स्टॉक को इंसर्ट करके आप अच्छे से रखते जाएंगे। और आपको इसको फिर कवर कर देना सिलिका जेल से। ध्यान ये रखना है कि आपको ग्लव्स जरूर पहनने हैं और मास्क जरूर होना चाहिए। एम्बेडिंग होने के बाद हम इसको ऐसे ही रख देंगे, या तो आप रूम टेम्परेचर पे रख सकते हैं एम्बिएंट कंडीशन में, लेकिन उसमें थोड़ा समय ज्यादा जाएगा ड्राइंग में। इट मे टेक अराउंड 5 to 8 days, डिपेंड करता है कि आपने कौन से किस तरह के फ्लावर्स यूज किए और किस स्टेज के फ्लावर्स हैं। और अगर आप इसको माइक्रोवेव में रखेंगे तो बहुत क्विक रिजल्ट मिलेगा। इसको ओवन में रख सकते हैं, ओवन में आपको टाइम जाएगा अराउंड 24 घंटे से लेके 40 घंटे तक लग सकते हैं। बीच में ओवन को बंद भी कर सकते हैं। तो इस तरह से आप ओवन यूज कर सकते हैं, या फिर आप अगर माइक्रोवेव ओवन यूज करते हैं तो माइक्रोवेव में बहुत फास्ट रिजल्ट मिलेगा। इसको आप 2 मिनट के लिए माइक्रोवेव करेंगे, फिर ब्रेक देंगे 3 मिनट्स का, वापस 2 मिनट्स के लिए माइक्रोवेव करेंगे, उसके बाद कूलिंग होने देंगे अराउंड 2-3 घंटे के लिए। और कूलिंग के बाद फिर आप इसको 2 मिनट के लिए माइक्रोवेव करेंगे और फिर कूलिंग होने देंगे 2-3 घंटे के लिए, और उसके बाद आपका प्रोडक्ट ऑलमोस्ट रेडी हो जाएगा, जिसको आप निकाल सकते हैं और यूज कर सकते हैं। दूसरी चीज ये है कि जो सिलिका जेल है ये खराब नहीं होती है, इसको बार बार आप यूज कर सकते हैं। एक बार आपने ले लिया तो इट इज रीयूजेबल। तो अच्छा मटेरियल है ड्राइंग के लिए और अच्छी मेथड है। अब जो ड्राई किए फ्लावर्स होते हैं, जो कट फ्लावर्स हमने ड्राई किए होते हैं, वो बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल होते हैं, तो बहुत केयरफुली उनका हैंडलिंग करना होता है और पैकेजिंग भी आपको बहुत ध्यान रखना होता है। तो ये हमने कुछ रोज ड्राई किए थे 2 साल पहले। ये रोजेस ड्राई रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे। तो ये ऐसी स्टेज होनी चाहिए, मतलब पूरा फूल खिला हुआ भी नहीं है, पूरी बर्ड स्टेज भी नहीं है, इस तरह का भी ले सकते हैं। थोड़ा सा कलर डिफरेंस आया है और ये दूसरा कलर। बर्ड्स इस तरह का लुक देती है, तो बहुत टाइट बर्ड ना हो, थोड़ा हल्का सा खिला हुआ हो। ड्राइंग के बाद आप इसके कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स भी बना सकते हैं। ये हमने हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व किया था, हार्ड ड्राइंग करके इसके कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए प्रैक्टिकल में इस तरह से। तो पीपल के लीव्स स्केलेटनाइज करके उसका बेस बनाया है, और ये रोज, ये 2 साल पुराने रोज हैं। You can see the shape very well fitting. इस तरह के कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स। फिर एक ये इस तरह का प्रोडक्ट, इसमें ये रोज है, you can see ये भी 2 साल पुराने रोज है, ड्राई रोजेस। तो काफी कुछ बनाया जा सकता है इन चीजों से। फिर एक इस तरह की फ्रेम, जूट बेस्ड और उसमें फिर रोज। रोजेस है, उनको आप रेजिन में एम्बेड भी कर सकते हो, एंड दैट मेक्स इट मोर लॉन्ग लास्टिंग। जैसे हमने यहाँ पे ये किया हुआ है, इस तरह का रेजिन में एम्बेड किया हुआ है, फिर इसकी लाइफ काफी लंबी हो जाती है। एज अ पेपर वेट दिस कैन बी यूज्ड। अभी ट्री स्पीसीज हैं जिसके सीड्स हैं, जिसके पॉड्स हैं, फ्रूट्स हैं, वो भी ड्राई करके एज अ डेकोरेटिव आइटम यूज हो सकते हैं। तो एक ट्री है, प्राइड ऑफ इंडिया, लेजिस्ट्रोमिया स्पेसियोसा, ये उसकी पॉड्स है ना। तो ये भी बड़ी अच्छी लगती है, और अगर इसको आप ब्लीच कर लें, कलर कर लें, जैसे यहाँ पे हमने किया हुआ है कलर, और पूरी लॉन्ग लास्टिंग, इसकी लाइफ 10 साल तक भी कुछ नहीं होगा। इस तरह से अलग अलग स्टेज में, जैसे पूरी क्लोज्ड है, फिर ओपन स्टेज में, इसको भी ड्राई प्रोडक्ट अच्छा है। ये डिफरेंट कलर्स किए हुए हैं। लोकल फ्लोरा जो यूज हो सकते हैं, जैसे मैंने पहले बताया कि काफी ग्रासेस हैं, उसके इन्फ्लोरेसेंस, उसके लीव्स भी यूज कर सकते हैं। काफी सारे फ्लावर्स के पेटल्स प्रेस ड्राई करके यूज हो सकता है। तो इस तरह से कार्ड्स और फ्रेम्स में ये यहाँ पे देखेंगे कि ये सारा जो यूज किया गया है, ये सब बीड्स है, ग्रास के इन्फ्लोरेसेंस। हमने जो ऑर्किड्स ट्राई किए थे वो 3 घंटे बाद ड्राई हो चुके हैं, और ये आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे, सो वेरी वेल ड्राइड। ये निकालने के बाद थोड़ा सा हमने ब्रशिंग किया, अभी भी थोड़ा सा सिलिका इस पे लगा हुआ है, बट इट इज वेरी वेल ड्राइड, बहुत अच्छे से ड्राई हो चुके हैं। कलर भी बहुत अच्छा है, वेरी नाइस। अभी ड्राई होने के बाद के फ्लावर्स बहुत क्रिस्पी हो जाते हैं, है ना, शेप और कलर अच्छे से रिटेन है। अब इसको जब आप बुके में यूज करेंगे तो आप कोई स्टिक इस पे लगा सकते हैं, ड्राइड स्टिक ले सकते हैं किसी भी तरह की, और वो स्टिक यूज करके आप इसको एक बुके में या फ्लावर अरेंजमेंट में उस तरह से आप इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। There are different ways, and it looks so very beautiful. तो जो मैंने आपको व्हाइट स्पीसीज बताया कि आप सारे व्हाइट स्पीसीज के प्रोडक्ट्स बना सकते हैं ट्राई करके, तो यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि लोटस पॉट्स यूज किए जाते हैं, और ये जंगली बादाम मतलब सर्कुलर पोटेटा के पॉट्स सूखे हुए, वेरी सिंपल, मतलब ज्यादा कुछ कलर नहीं किया गया है, नेचुरल लुक देके, और ये पैकस रिलीजियसा के लीव्स कलरनाइज किए हुए, बहुत ही सिंपल सा। इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स भी काफी पसंद आते हैं मार्केट में। अब जो प्रेस ड्राइड कार्ड्स है उससे भी काफी सारे प्रोडक्ट्स जैसे कि कार्ड्स, बुक मार्क्स, फ्रेम्स आप बना सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि हमने हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ने बुक मार्क्स बनाए हुए हैं, बहुत ही सिंपल और बहुत ही प्यारे से इस तरह से। और ये पैकस रिलीजियसा पीपल का पत्ते को ड्राई करके स्केलेटनाइज करके उससे भी बुक मार्क बनाया हुआ है। तो ड्राई फ्लावर्स काफी वर्सेटाइल फील्ड है। तो आप लोगों ने जो प्रोडक्ट्स देखे वो most of them they have been done in our classes, जो practical classes होती हैं, the students have made them, और that beautiful leaf you saw, no, people के leaf पे skeletonize करके जो book mark बनाया हुआ, that was done by Sir you. So I have been lucky to have such good students who have always taken, who have they have taken so much of interest in learning, so that gives me energy, like I can continue with them even in extra classes. They were ready to come for extra classes also for value addition in Horticulture. So that keeps me happy. For a teacher, that matters a lot. Like if students are ready to come even for extra class, that means so much zeal is there in learning. And if that interest is cultivated, then nothing else is needed. I think that students can just learn by themselves once they just pick up the zeal to learn, zeal in the subject. So that is what is needed. तो सभी स्टूडेंट्स को मैं यही कहूँगी कि whatever thing that pulls you, like कोई भी चीज, whether it is horticulture, floriculture, कोई भी subject, it is overall floriculture या फिर कोई भी एक चीज को get stick to it and go in detail of that. That will help you. Anyone has to say anything?
Hello, any question to student? Ask the question to ma'am. Hello. Deep Kuchhadia. Ask the question.
Sir, you can share your experience.
Ma'am, Varu sir in meeting actually.
Okay.
Any student? Any question? Solanki, Reena?
Yes, ma'am.
Ask the question to ma'am.
Ma'am, I will try this characterizing in a people list. So, I will make something 2 weeks ago. તો એક રીતના પ્રોબ્લેમ બ્લેક ડોટ્સ જેવું દેખાઈ આવે છે એમાં તો એને એડ કરવા માટે કઈ કરી શકાય?
પાણી ચેન્જ કરવાનું so that fungal infestation જેવું ના થાય. You should change water. અને પછી bleach પણ કરાય. I have given the chemicals for bleaching.
Darshan?
ના કઈ વાંધો નહીં. You need not to point them out. They don't have actually students की habit नहीं होती है ना to interact. Students like to bring them. अगर मैं वहाँ पे होती I would have done that. I would have made them interact. But it is through online mode. I cannot make them. So as a don't ask them by name. That's okay. If they may be feeling a bit shy. Sir, you. My student sir, you so very interactive. तो वो भी नहीं कुछ बोल रही है. Yeah, Kumar is there. Thank you, Kumar. Kumar.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Nice to meet you. मतलब it gives me a familiar feel when I see you, sir. You.
Okay, very nice video, madam. First, thank you, ma'am, for this lecture. I am very thankful to ma'am on the behalf of
Thank you, and please introduce yourself because I'm hearing your voice. I'm going to leave sir.
Myself, Pooja Mehta, from College of Horticulture, Junagadh Agricultural University, Junagadh, assistant professor.
When did you join, Pooja?
In 2017, ma'am.
2017. I think in Agrisco you gave the presentation. You were there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Pooja Mehta. And where you did your studies?
In Junagadh, ma'am.
Junagadh itself.
We also making for the different dry flower product.
अच्छा, dry web मतलब seminar किया था workshop में.
नहीं ma'am, we also try for the making of different dry flower product in our lab.
Okay. In your lab. When I visited, okay, but I gave for some pieces.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I remember. Good.
I am very thankful to ma'am on the behalf of our university, faculty and student for giving the valuable and interesting lecture and give the importance of floriculture, role of flower in improving health and importance of value addition and advantage of dry flower, and also we know the different method of dry flower and how to prepare a different dry flower product from the flower. Mainly work on the dry flower and also work on the potted plants and also ornamental plants. Again, thank you very much, ma'am.
Protected cultivation pot plants, and you can see other videos. My students के लिए Pooja, you can tell them they can see my YouTube video Flora Talk by Alka.
Okay, ma'am.
If they're interested in floriculture, so on different aspects.
Okay, ma'am.
Indoor plants, protected cultivation, novels, different things, pot plants. You can see Flora Talk by Alka, that YouTube channel.
Okay, ma'am.
If anyone is interested, you can see. Or Pooja, keep your students more in interactive phase, है ना? ज़्यादा उनके साथ लोगों से ज़्यादा interaction करो. And after this lecture is over, you ask them like, did they feel bored or was that any way some interesting to them? मुझे मैंने कैसे phone किया?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Again, thank you very much, ma'am, for the interesting and important lecture.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now we start our second. Balaji Kulkarni, ma'am. Second speaker is
Hmm?
Balaji Kulkarni.
Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. Bye, everyone. Have a nice day. My best wishes to all the students.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now we start our second lecture. And the second speaker is the Dr. Balaji Kulkarni, Professor and University Head, Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, College of Horticulture, UHS, Bagalkot. And the topic is the status and impact of dry flower industry in India. So I would like to invite to sir for this deliver for this lecture. Dr. Balaji Kulkarni, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes, voice is audible, sir. Start your lecture.
Yeah. No, actually my class was 1:30, no? Whether we have continue now itself or 1:30?
Yes, sir. Continue your lecture, sir.
Just a minute.
Yes.
All the students please attend this lecture, very most important lecture on this dry flower. So please, all the students please.
What?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Audible.
Voice is audible. Start your lecture, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Voice is audible, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Voice is audible.
Okay. Okay. Actually, my timing was 1:30 to 3:30. Okay. Anyway, I will start. So once again, I welcome all the participants for this session. So my topic is status and impact of dry flower industry in India. So we'll discuss some of the important aspects of dry flowers. As you know, the flowers are old as the civilization, and we are enjoying a significant place in the life of culture of India. Especially, they are used for body adornments. When Vian Sang has visited our country, he has written in the book that Indians are using flowers for worshipping mainly and for their body decorations. Okay, and apart from that, the flowers are very much useful in landscaping. And you may be knowing the Mughal gardens, the emperors of Mughals, they are very fond of these rose gardens. And floriculture can be divided into two aspects, especially as an entrepreneurs, we have to discuss. One is cultivation aspect, another one is important aspect is trading. And you may be knowing most of the floriculture growers, they are just only cultivating the flowers, but majority of the share goes to the traders. You may be knowing in Mumbai, there are some people sitting in small 10 by 10 office. They are trading flowers worth of 100 crores. They are earning more. So the young people of our horticulture or agriculture faculty can think of this also. Nowadays, online trading is another important aspect. So trading is another area apart from this cultivation. So floriculture comprises cut flowers, cut foliage, potted plants, bedding plants, and mostly nowadays a lot of demand is there for dry flowers. And as you know, these flowers may be dried or fresh, can be used for adornments, garland preparation, bouquets. Dry flowers can also be used for making these all products and decorating the functions. And another area, the flowers are also used in the perfumery industry and this one, pigment extraction. So now one should think of diversification of the floriculture industry. So if you go for only cultivating the traditional flowers without any other diversification, the market will not accept it. So diversification is another area. So dry flower making is a kind of diversification of floriculture industry, and it enhances the crop value. That is another thing. And now we have to call this floriculture as a flori business rather than floriculture. So that flori business includes everything. One is structures. You may be knowing the greenhouse cultivation. There are many firms in India. They are constructing the polyhouses, shade houses, but our agri graduates or horti graduates are not involved in this. So this is another area one can think about this. And there are so many, so much of demand for cladding material, especially the shade net, then the polythene film, etc., etc. And there is acute shortage of breeders in our floriculture. And nursery is another area. And consultancy with respect to cultivation aspect, marketing, trading, dry flowers, etc. And packing material, PP chemicals, fertilizers, tissue culture plants, all these things can include as a flori business. So now we have to train our young people or farmers not just like a cultivator. He should become a businessman, just like the business people how they think. Earlier we used to say that how much production per acre, but now we have to train the farmers or youths who are involved in the flori business. So if I invest 1 rupee, how much I will get? That has to be trained. So as you know, floriculture is an option for diversification because we are getting high returns per unit area. if you take any example of any crop, maybe rose, maybe carnation, maybe jasmine, etc. So we'll get high returns per unit area and better employment opportunities there. For example, if a farmer starts cultivating jasmine, so he can give employment for more than 5 to 10 laborers. Similarly, in dry flower business, we can give a lot of employment opportunities because it requires a lot of human resources. So it is having a multiplier effect. One is cultivation and inputs, trading, value addition, sale. So expanding market with rise in income. This is the motto of floriculture. And global trends, if you see for floriculture, there are production centers like India, Africa, East, South America. These are the production centers, but the demand is there in North America and Europe and even forest area, forest regions. So this is the global trends you can see. And more than 145 countries are practicing floriculture. So annual growth rate of floriculture is around 10% per year. And if you see the data consumption pattern of both fresh flowers, dry flowers is also every year increasing. So it was $12.5 billion business in 1985. But if you see in 2020, it is more than $150 billion business. So these are the major producers, as you know, Netherlands, Colombia, Kenya, and you may be knowing earlier the cultivation of flowers in and around Tamil Nadu, especially in around Bangalore, but now they have shifted to Kenya because in African countries there is a lot of availability of resources, especially land, water, etc. So many companies, Indian companies, they are opening in Kenya and other countries. So this is the thing we have to see. The major markets in floriculture, as we know, Germany is the best market for us, followed by USA, France, Netherlands, UK, especially for dry flowers. United Kingdom is the best market, and Switzerland is very near to us. So we can export any flowers, floriculture products to these countries. And as you know, flowers are entwined with our custom. Sometimes we say that man is born with flowers, lives with flowers, and dies with flowers. So we are using flowers from birth to death, and mostly we are using flowers for temples, that is worshipping to the god or goddess. So a lot of flower which is used for worshipping is wasted. So that could be utilized for dry flower making. So I will show some of the success stories where the software engineers have joined the hands. So no occasion is complete without flowers. That we know. So floriculture, in Indian floriculture, it comprises traditional flower cultivation like jasmine, marigold. You may be knowing earlier jasmine cultivation was a major area, but now the marigold is occupying large area because of several reasons. That is, so one of the reason is the marigold is used as a dry flower. So especially there are some companies, they have opened their business in our Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, etc. with the buyback arrangement, that they are taking the marigold flowers and they are drying it, they are extracting pigments and they are sending to China and other countries. So this is the one area, traditional flower cultivation. Greenhouse production for export is there, pillars, cut foliage, dry flowers. We are talking about dry flowers, and there is a lot of demand for dry flowers. India is exporting a lot of dry flowers. And potted plant production is another area. Flower seeds, including bulbs, is another area. We are exporting some of the seeds to Asian continent, and especially tissue culture plants. Value-added products. This is another area that is which is mostly related to dry flowers. So, what India does offer? So, as we know, India is having very agroclimatic conditions. We can grow all type of flowers in one or other places. So that is the strength of India. In other countries, they cannot grow. So we have that agroclimatic conditions. Abundant sunlight and water is available when you compare with Europe or Israel or Canada. Okay. Another thing is we have a labor force compared to other countries. So it is a very proximity to West Asia, Southeast Asia, Far East Asia, and Europe. So we can transport our flowers, which may be dry flowers or fresh flowers. We are near to the market. So apart from that, international market, is again very important that there is a lot of people they are exporting dry flowers to international market, and domestic market is also increasing. Earlier, the people used to hesitate to keep the dry flowers in their home. They were thinking in different way. We should not keep dry flowers like that. But now, so in domestic market also there is a lot of demand for dry flowers. So government is giving a lot of support, especially through APEDA. So for export oriented production of flowers, maybe fresh flowers or dry flowers, lot of encouragement is there. Cost effective technology have been developed for many things, even protected cultivation or dry flower making. So you may be knowing IHR has they have standardized the techniques for different flowers which are cost effective, and upcoming handling facilities at major airports is available in our country. And the Indian scenario, India ranks 23rd among world exports of floriculture products. Floriculture exports from India is more than 365 crores. It has reached even 500 crores. And coming to export, when you see the export of floriculture commodity, so more than 71% of our export includes dry flowers. Whereas if you see the fresh flower share in the global trade, our share is less than 1%. Whereas if you see the global dry flower market, our share is more than 10%. That means India is having a lot of potentiality for export of dry flowers compared to fresh flowers or any other material. So now we have to diversify the product. That is another area. We should not concentrate only one or two products. You may be knowing earlier we used to export only dried lotus pods, and even in Rajasthan there are some people they are growing roses for drying and exporting. So we should not concentrate only one or two flowers. We have to diversify our product, and we have to think of novelty flowers. And you may be knowing the trend is changing. Earlier, the people used to prefer this, even in USA, they used to prefer this carnation, then gerberas, etc. But now, the Americans, they are preferring our tropical flowers like jasmine, Rosandra, etc. So, this is an area we can think of that. And there is a lot of demand for potted plants, that is, and value-added products, especially dried flowers. There is a lot of demand both in domestic market and international market. And dried flower arrangements, essential oil extraction, then natural pigments and colors. There is a lot of demand. So export destination from India, that we can export the live plants to UK, USA, Holland, Germany, and Sri Lanka. And dried plants, mostly our export goes to USA, Netherlands, Germany, UK, and Italy. And dry flowers, as I told, they contribute more than 70% of our export, and India has 10% of the global dry flower market. Our share is good, but however, the cultivation of dry flowers area is very less. What we are doing is most of the exporters of dry flowers, they are engaging some laborers to collect from the forest dried material, and they are processing, minimal processing, and they are making some arrangements and they are sending. But actually, only for dry flower production, there is a hardly less area. We have to expand our area under dry flower production. And I told that marigold is one among the important dry flower now. The buyback arrangement is made by AV Thomas Company. They are giving seeds, planting material, then all manuals and other things, inputs, and the farmer has to grow marigold in organic manner, and they are procuring the material buyback scheme, that is around 9 rupees to 10 rupees per kg. They are taking the flowers, they are drying it, and they are extracting the pigments, and they are sending to different countries. So India's flower exports have crossed more than 10,000 tons. Dry flower exports from India, this is a map where we can send the our export. US is one, Israel is another thing, Hong Kong, Japan, and Singapore. And I told you that UK is the single largest importer, followed by Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and Spain. So we have seaports from where we can export our flowers, dried material. So from Mumbai, the flowers are going to Russia, USA, Europe, and Middle East and South Africa. And from Kolkata, it is going to Italy, forest and SARC countries. And from Chennai, it is going to Australia, SARC, etc. And you may be knowing that Tuticorin is the place where the dry flower production is more, where it is located around the Tuticorin places, and even West Bengal, in Kolkata, West Bengal, there is a dry flower units are there. So from there, it is going to Australia and New Zealand. So apart from that, as you know, we can export dry produce by sea. There is no problem because they are long lasting. When you compare with the fresh flowers, they are not perishable in nature. We can also export dried material through air also because light in weight. So a major hurdle in exporting of our product, especially the fresh produce, is the freight charges. They are very heavy because of the weight. Even you may be knowing, we can produce a very best quality gladiolus in our country in open condition, but we are not able to export, even though there is a lot of demand for gladiolus in the international market, because gladiolus is having a very weight is more. So we cannot export through air because of cost. So freight charges are very high. Whereas if it is dried, automatically the weight of that particular flower will comes down because it is dehydrated one. We can also send through air, air also to the different markets. So these are the places where we can concentrate. From Delhi it goes to China and Russia, and from Mumbai it goes to USA and Middle East, Africa, and even from Chennai it goes to New Zealand and Australia. From Kolkata it goes to SARC and forest regions. So these are the airports where there is a facilities for the export of dried material or fresh material of our flowers. So already I think the first lecture is given by Alka Singh. She has told what is dry flower, how it is like that. So these are near natural. You may be knowing nowadays people they are purchasing plastic flowers and keeping. They are not good. They are not environmental friendly. So instead of that plastic flowers, we can use these dried flowers to decorate our offices. We can decorate our homes, etc. And these are natural, preserved and processed, having beauty as well as everlasting value. So the consumer need not to purchase. You may be knowing people why they will go for synthetic or what you call artificial flowers, because it doesn't want to purchase every day. So instead of that, we can have these dry flowers because they are everlasting. So the consumer will be happy. So dry flower are very attractive, and I told you it is world import dry flower product is about 2 million US dollars. So a lot of demand is there. So apart from flowers, the leaves, grasses, and other plant portions like stems, twigs, etc., pods can be dehydrated and exported. Not only flowers, there is a lot of demand for the grasses, leaves, and twigs also. You may be knowing if you see the dry flower arrangement, these are the fillers needed. So dry flower production is a labor intensive, so that we can give a lot of employment to the people. And it is economical and eco-friendly because there is no pollution problems. If you purchase the synthetic flowers, plastic flowers, they are not eco-friendly. So instead of that, dry flower is eco-friendly, and there is no temperature or sensitive, because there is no moisture in the flowers. So especially I told you Tuticorin, Tirunelveli, Trichy and Chennai, Kolkata are the places where the dry flower companies are located, and the flower goes to USA, Germany and UK. And Netherlands ranks first in export of dry flowers and fresh flowers. And if you see the area and production of flowers during last 2 decades, so it was just 1 lakh hectares in 2001 and 2, but now you can see the area under floriculture is 3.39 lakh hectares. So it is said that 1/3 of global floriculture area is in India. If you see the word floriculture area, 1/3 of that area is in India. That much area is there in our country, but the problem is the highly perishable in nature, You may be knowing during COVID period, a lot of farmers they have asked me, sir, we are throwing the flowers in the field itself. What could be done? So if you have a technology to dry it and preserve it, so definitely it will benefit the farming community when there is a glut in the market. So area is expanding every year because of a lot of demand for the floriculture, and we have to go for value addition. So dry flower making is a kind of value addition only. We already discussed about this. So why you should go for value addition? Because we have to get more price. There is unstable price for raw commodities. If you see the market price of Junagadh, today it will be 10 rupees one spike, one flower, and one day it will be 50 paise. This is unstable market is there, so that we have to go for drying only. So profitability of the farmers we have to increase because value addition will help them. And post harvest losses, if you see the post harvest losses, I think so more than 50% of flower produce is wasted. So apart from that, we are wasting lot of flowers, and you may be knowing we are using lot of flowers for this worshipping, especially god or goddess. In the temples, if you see, lot of flower waste is thrown in the river, polluting the river. So that could be minimized. So excess utilization of excess produce and elimination of waste we can do with value addition, and the premium price we can give to the grower, and more acceptability of quality producers can be achieved. Stabilizing farm income by adding profits if you go for value addition. So farmer can make more money by cutting out the middleman. If he is having a dry flowers, so if there is no demand, he can keep it. Whereas fresh flower, if a middleman asks 50 paise, he has to give. Otherwise, he can throw the field itself. So that can be avoided by making dry flowers, and the farmers can have their own brand. Brand recognition can be done with the dry flowers, and it is an outlet for creativity. So if we have dry flowers, we can make different items. So it helps for the creativity, and it also generates the employment. So these are the avenues for valuation. I will not talk about fresh products. You may be knowing that flower arrangement, flower basket, etc. Whatever the fresh product valuation is there, that could be done also with the processed products. That is, you can make perfumes, natural colors, floral tea. You may be knowing there is a lot of demand for floral tea. So dry flowers, there are more than 100 flowers are there which are edible. So when I visited Israel, one of the professor he offered me a rose tea. Then I asked, so how it is prepared? He told I am purchasing this rose petals, which is imported from India only. You may be knowing Rajasthan is the place where the farmers are growing roses for drying and exporting. So organically grown these edible flowers could be used for making tea. So it is very common in other countries, and slowly it is picking up in our country also. So dried flower products, many products are there, especially pot pourri and cosmetic products can be prepared. So we already discussed that the dry flower contributes more than 71% in our this one. So these are the production areas where the dry flower production units are located. So there is a place called Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu, and in Kolkata. There are some companies like Natural Product Export Corporation Limited, Ramesh Flowers Private Limited is another big shot in dry flower export. The flowers required for the industry mainly comes from Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Sikkim, West Bengal, and Kashmir. You may be knowing. So this northeastern region, there is a rich wealth of material, ornamental plants, but they are not having any dry flower making industries there. So the raw material comes from Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Sikkim, West Bengal, and Kashmir to either Tamil Nadu or Kolkata. So that means there is a lot of scope to start dry flower industry in those states also. And the demand for dry flower is also met through production of coastal areas like Nalgonda, Medak, and West Godavari districts of Andhra Pradesh. So from there also the raw material comes to these places. So nearly 60% of raw material which we are exporting as a dried, it comes from natural forest. I told you, no farmer is growing flowers for only drying, just except Rajasthan farmers. They are growing roses only for drying. So it comes from mainly from forest. So whatever the dried material is available in the forest, they are collecting and they are making some arrangements and they are exporting. Just only hardly 40% of flowers comes from cultivated land. So coming to history of drying, this technology, drying technology is brought by Britishers to our country and prospered in Calcutta. That's why Calcutta is how we are calling as Kolkata. So around Kolkata there are many industries, flower industries. So it is just hardly 50 years old, 50 years old that it has taken commercial status. And Japanese used to press the plants and colorful papers they used to create by doing this flower drying techniques. So if you go through the history, Egyptians they used to dry the flowers to make fragrance and place dried flowers in the tombs. So importance of dry flowers, we know natural, they are very natural when compared with the synthetic flowers. They are eco-friendly, long-lasting, year-round availability, easy to handle and economical. Economical from both the points of view. One is consumer points of view and farmer points of view. Sometimes the question may comes in your mind, if dry flower industry is flourishing, the farmers may incur losses because if there is a less shelf life only, the farmers will be benefited like that. It comes in our mind, but it is not true. So whenever there is a glut in the market, the farmers can make those flowers as a dried one, and it will be more valuable compared to fresh flowers. So there is a lot of demand for dry flowers. It is increasing day by day, and the global floriculture business, especially dry flower business, is increased to the tune of 15%. And India export share floriculture products is 571.57 crores, and dry flower contributes around 70% of our total export. UK is the biggest market for our dry flowers. Netherlands ranks first. USA is the largest consumer. So coming to Indian scenario, dry flower constitutes 2/3 of our total floriculture products, and it is if you see the data of 2019-20, India exported 7.95 million US dollars worth of dry flowers, and it accounts around 32.85 lakh kgs. That means majority of the product which we are exporting is dried one. So our export destinations are USA, Netherlands, Germany, UK and Ethiopia. So important material exported includes lotus pods. Among the dry flowers, dry materials what we are exporting, the majority is lotus pods. And apart from that, camellia, dahlia, bell cups, marigold, etc. we are exporting. So major importing countries are West European countries. Japan is the best market for us, Hong Kong and Singapore. So these are the locations where the dry flower industry are located in our country. I told you Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, the organically grown roses are dried under shade and exported, and it is used as an edible flower. And in Maharashtra, around Mumbai and other places, there are some units they are exporting. In Tamil Nadu, Tuticorin is the place where the dry flower industry is flourishing, and in West Bengal, that is Kolkata, the dry flower industries are located. Apart from that, we are also having some units in our Karnataka also. So these are the dry flower export companies I already told. In Kolkata-based companies like Siraj Dry Flowers, Kolkata Online Florist, Global Dry Flowers Private Limited are there. And I already told about Tuticorin, that is a NPEC. Ramesh Flowers is a big shot. Floral Export Private Limited is another shot. And even in Karnataka, we are having some exporters in Bangalore and Mysore. Even exotic is there. T.S. Gopal Swami Iyengar and Sons, they are also exporting. Nexus Florist is another company. Adoptive is another company. Lhasa Flora, Blooming Meadows, Rajmal Farms from Mysore. These are the important dry flower companies in Karnataka. And coming to dry flower export, I already told it is just a 50 years old business. And India is the fifth largest exporter of dry flowers and second largest exporter of dried foliage in the world, accounting 7% of the world exports in dry flower and foliage. So coming to top 10 dry flowers in the international market, you may be knowing that helichrysum, it is called everlasting. Even on the plant itself, it is just like dried. You can keep 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, nothing will happen. If you harvest at a proper stage, just air drying is enough. And helicterium is another flower. This is also having a lot of demand in the international market. Limoniums, which we are using as a filler in our flower arrangements, it could be dried easily by air drying, and we can export. Nizilla is another flower which is also having a lot of demand. Gypsophila, another filler which we are using in flower arrangement, is having a lot of demand. Delphiniums are also having a lot of demands. Gomphrena, which is called as a bachelor's button. So it is also a best dry flower. And even you may be knowing, a lot of varieties have come in this. We have read also. A lot of work we are also doing on this crop. Shortly we are also releasing some varieties in this Gomphrena, which is suitable for as a fresh flower or dry flower. So even if you make a garland of this Gomphrena, it may last 2 to 3 years. Nothing will happen. So another one is Papavara, which is a best suitable dry flower. Arthemus. So this is sometimes the people they are using as a saffron. So this is another flower which could be used for this one, right? Flower making. Rose, as you know, queen of flowers. As a fresh flower is also having a lot of demand in the international market, and as a dry flower is having a lot of demands. So most of the countries they are importing these roses, dried roses from our country. So I have already told about the leading exporters of 15 big shots are there in our country who are exporting dried product from India. I have given the addresses of these companies. Ramesh Flowers, Singhavi International, which is located in Kolkata. Natural Products Export Corporation from Kolkata. And VAC Exim Private Limited from Kolkata. JK Enterprises is there from Kolkata. Exotic Products, that is from Kolkata. Fauna International from Criticorn. Then D Banerjee and Company is from Kolkata. Adan Pradhan Trust Software Development Export from Pondicherry. They are also starting this dry flower export. So there is a lot of demand for this marketing of dried flowers and various products. They are economical one, and advantage we already discussed. And coming to dry flower uses, so we can make a bouquets of dried material. So instead of giving a bouquet to the guest with fresh flowers, if you give a bouquet of dried flowers, the guest definitely will take to his home and he will keep in his home. So nowadays, even I have seen and we are also practicing that. Instead of making a fresh flower bouquet, so we are making a bouquet of dry flowers and offering to the guest. So festive decorations could be made by dry flowers. Floral balls can be prepared, and greeting cards, very common. You can do it. Landscape calendars you can prepare with, and even I have seen some of the wedding cards with the dried material is also very popular. And we can majority of the dry flowers are used to make potpourri. I think one of the speaker will tell about how to make a potpourri. And wall sceneries can be prepared, and there is a lot of demand for wedding cards with dried material pasting on the card. What type of ornamental plants parts can be used to make this dry flower? Dry flower means doesn't include only flowers; it also includes everything. Roots can also be dried and exported. Shoots, buds, flowers, fruits, and fruiting shoots, cones, seeds, stem foliage, bracts, thorns, bark, lichens, fleshy fungi can also be dried and made a beautiful item, and mosses. So all these material can be made, and it comprises as a dry flower. So these are the steps for flower drying. The first one is collection. As I told you, so the first step is collection from the field or the forest, and sorting. We have to sort out which is suitable, which is not suitable. We have to grade it, and we have to prepare final product. So these are the this is the flow chart of flower drying techniques. I will not discuss much about the drying methods already. Some of the speakers will talk about that. General things I will tell you. So flowers we have to select, and we have to go for sorting. Which is suitable, which is not suitable. We have to grade it, and we have to prepare a final product. So it may be just sun drying, air drying, and we can also use some of the desiccants like borax, sand, silica gel. And after embedding, you can keep the flowers in a oven. It may be a hot air oven or a microwave oven, and we can also dry the flowers with glycerin. So wherever there is a problem of shattering of petals, we have to go for glycerin treatment. And even you may be knowing, in press drying we can only retain the color, we cannot retain the shape. But if you go for embedding, definitely we can retain the shape and color. But we cannot retain the fragrance, which is very important in flowers. So fragrance can also be retained in the dried product by the recent methods like freeze drying. Freeze drying is a technique where the fragrance of flowers can also be retained after drying. So these are the few tips I'll tell when you go for drying. The first one is harvesting. This is a very important step. The flowers should be cut just as they come to maturity. That you have to decide at what stage we have to harvest the flowers for drying. For example, if you take the gerbera, if it is a fresh flower, you can harvest at fully open stage. Whereas if you want to make this dry flowers, little early stage harvesting is best. Even just like in orchids. So we have to decide what is the best optimum stage of harvesting should be standardized in all the flowers. And we have to collect the flowers 1 or 2 days after irrigation. There should not be more moisture or less moisture in the material. That is another important aspect. After 1 or 2 days after irrigation only, you have to collect the flowers. Material should be free from surface moisture and dew. So that should be dried completely, and fresh material is required. If it is a faded material is there in the flower, you have to discard that. And some of the faded leaves should be rejected. And flowers should be cut with stems as long as possible. You have to cut with, especially for this air drying method, long stem is required. With sharp knife, you have to cut it. So harvested flowers are to be tied loosely. We have to make a small bunch instead of making a big bunch. It should be small bunch with a long stem. Then sometimes we need wiring of flowers. Okay, so if stems are not good, and you have to have a wiring, a strong wire should be made just like a stem. They are called as false stems. So process in dry flowers, that I will not discuss much, but I will tell you some few points. One is air drying, just drying in hot air, maybe in the room under shade. Silica gel method as an embedding. Borax method, that borax is used as an embedding material, and you can keep this embedded material in a micro oven or a simple hot air oven. Sand drying and press drying. So this is a hanging method, just like air drying in a room where warm room is there, well ventilated room. You have to hang the flowers upside down. So these are the flowers, they are suitable for air drying. One is dahlia, poppy seed heads, roses sometimes. If you are not much bothered about shape, you can go for this. Larkspur, lavender, goldenrod is another filler, flower as a filler. African marigold, Straw flower, that is helichrysum, is the best suitable for air drying. Corn flower, statice, globe amaranth, lotus pods. These are all suitable for air drying. So, wild source of dry flowers, I told you that most of the dry flower which is exported from India is just by collecting from the forest. So, wild dahlias could be collected, marigolds, jute flowers, wood roses. Wood rose is another important climber. You may be knowing that is the most commonly used for drying. Just like dried only you will see. Wild lilies, helichrysum, lotus pods. These are the material which can be collected from the wild sources. And ear drying coxcomb, Gomphrena, helichrysum, hydrangea, roses, statice, artichoke, chives, etc. can be easily ear dried. And sometimes I told you, if you want to preserve the fragrance in the flowers, we have to have a sophisticated equipments like freeze dryers. So from this method, you can also preserve the color, you can also preserve the shape of the flowers with fragrance. But it is a little investment is there. So hot air oven, directly the flowers can be kept in a hot air oven without embedding. It is the fastest one when compared with the sun drying. You have to depend on the sunlight. So superior quality can be produced by this method. We have to standardize here temperature. At what temperature we have to put these flowers in hot air oven, because each flower requires different temperature and duration. This has to be standardized. So nowadays a lot of demand is there for this embedding material, because we can retain the shape of the flowers, color. So among the different material, embedding material, silica gel could be used as best embedding material, so that we can preserve the shape of the flowers. Apart from that, we can also use borax, sand, etc. So if you don't have silica gel, you can use this sand, river sand. You can use without any soil. You have to wash it properly, shade dry it, and you can use this sand, and you can pour the sand on the flowers, and you can keep under the sunlight or under hot air oven, whatever it may be. After embedding only, you have to keep this material under hot air oven, etc. So embedding procedure, whether you are using silica gel or sand, whatever, what you have to do is half of your container should be filled with the embedding material first, and you have to keep the flowers upside down or vertical, horizontal manner or vertical manner. So, and slowly you have to pour the silica gel or any material, that is embedding material. It should be above the flower. So after that, you can keep under the shade, under the sun, under the in the hot air oven or in the microwave oven. So you can keep in a microwave oven, just within 1 or 2 minutes you can dry the flowers, and you can keep under sun also, and the sand drying under sun. And this is the simplest method you may be knowing, that is the press drying. You can use any paper, and even pressers available. One can start with just investing 10,000 rupees, just one hot air oven or this presser. So another thing is water drying is another technique. Just keeping flowers in water itself. Okay. So this is another process of water drying. It takes 6 to 7 days. So the long stem which is cut can be put it in a water containing in a jar containing water, and you can dry it. So these are the suitable flowers like hydrangeas, alims, arrows, etc. So other processes. So one is called glycerization. Normally glycerin drying or glycerization is not independent method. So we have to use this glycerin when there is a shattering problem. Sometimes what happens now, after drying, some of the petals will wither. So to avoid that, to make the plant part soft, we have to use this glycerin at different concentrations. And sometimes we are also doing this bleaching operation, that is removing the color of that particular flower and adding some more color. After bleaching, you can put your own color, that is called dyeing. And sometimes we are also making some process like skeletonization. We are maintaining only skeleton of the leaves and we are removing others. And when you know, you are knowing that after drying there will be loss of fragrance. So we have to add some fragrance, especially in hot is they are putting fragrance, artificial fragrance. So coming to glycerin drying or glycerization, so there are different methods. One is called a full dip method. You have to take the glycerin plus water in a different proportion, 1:10, 1:20, etc. So all the petals or the leaves, whatever you want, that could be put it in a glycerin by full dip method. Uptake method. Uptake method means at the bottom you are putting glycerin at different concentrations and you are making the plant parts to absorb, just like tinting, what we are doing in fresh flowers, just like tinting. So slowly that vessels, xylem vessels, they will absorb the water. Along with that, glycerin will also be absorbed. So that the stems or the leaves, whatever the plant parts are, becomes soft. There will not be any withering or shattering. This is the uptake method. So coming to bleaching, that if you don't want that particular color, for example, if you have leaves of green color, you don't want, so you can remove that color and you can put another color. So for that, you can use the bleaching agents. Hydrogen peroxide is very commonly used bleaching agent, which removes the chlorophyll content and other colors. And apart from that, we can also use sodium chloride, calcium hypochlorite, sodium hypochlorite. So depending upon the material and the time, you have to use the quantity. So this is a process. We can bleach it. We can remove the colors of leaves, colors of the pods, colors of the flowers. So after bleaching, sometimes if you want another color, so it is called dyeing. So it is a process of coloring the material, raw material, which is you have bleached it and you have to put the color. And both food and textile dyes are used. Food dyes are very common, but you can also use textile dyes. And both natural and artificial dyes are used. Okay. So aromine yellow, methylene green, or violet, rhodamine red, any color we can use. And time taken for dyeing also, there is no limit that you have to go for that. Skeletonization. So if it is heavy textured leaves are there, you have to go for skeletonization. So you have to boil the leaves 40 minutes in water with the lime, and you can remove that skeleton. So you can make skeletonization. Only skeleton will be appearing. So I told you that when you go for drying, they will lose the fragrance. So artificial fragrance could be added to the dried material by spraying. Okay, spraying different fragrance, you can do it, and especially different flavors like apple, cinnamon, mulberry, Hawaiian mist, strawberry lily, fresh lavender, citrus splash, etc. Different fragrances are available in the market. You can spray on the dried material in a small quantity. So what will happen if you start a dry flower industry? Definitely it will helps for women empowerment. In India, most of the women are involved in agriculture. So the women empowerment could be achieved by dry flowers. You can make floral crafts. Paper industry also needs these dry flowers. We can also extract dye and pigments from the dry flowers. So coming to women empowerment, nowadays everybody is talking about women empowerment. The dry flower making is the best remedy for this women empowerment. So it brings social, economical status to women. So as you know, Indian population is comprised of 48.1% of women. Okay, so mostly in agriculture, the women are very commonly engaged. 89.5% of the labor, what we are seeing in the agriculture, are 89% is women labor only. But however, we are neglecting them. Okay, when compared to the male, we are neglecting them. So this dry flower industry will help for women empowerment. I'll show some of the success stories also. So women do more than 67% of the hours of the work done in the, and they will earn only 10% of the world's income. Okay, so we have to give lot of importance for the women, and they are very skilled one. And whenever there is a smooth type of work is there, definitely the women will perform better. Even I have seen in tissue culture labs, when you engage the woman labor, definitely they will do better than compared to men. They have a lot of patience, which is not there in the men. So at IRI, they have initiated this women empowerment through dry flowers, and we should be thankful to our Dr. Janki Rao, then ADG of Horticulture. Now he has become Vice Chancellor of YSR. So who started this dry flower making lab at IRI? I have visited that lab, and they have started one program, that is women empowerment through dry flower making. So they have selected 3 villages, and they have transferred that dry flower technology to the farmers of that particular area, especially farm women, and they have trained the women, and successfully now they have become an entrepreneur. Similarly, I have seen the Navsari Agriculture University, Gujarat. It is also started this dry flower lab, and they have organized many training programs. They made this women empowerment through this dry flower making, and many entrepreneurs have turned as a dry flower entrepreneurs. And similarly, YS Parmar University of Naini, they also developed the technology, and they have given a lot of training through Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, and they have demonstrated this technology of dry flower, and they have motivated the students, dropouts, and many NGOs. And now some of the entrepreneurs, they are earning daily 200 to 1000 rupees per day. And I told you, a lot of encouragement is there from APEDA. Okay, APEDA is giving a lot of encouragement, especially for the boosting of this dry flower industry, and many farmers and entrepreneurs are involved in this. TNU also conducted one 25 days training programs for the women participants under the Ministry of Tamil Nadu, and they have trained some people in making dry flowers. So I'll show some of the successful women entrepreneurs. She is a Poonam Komra. So she is a member of All India Kitchen Garden Association, and she is residing in New Delhi. And she visited the IRA Krishi Mela, and she observed the Department of Floriculture Landscaping that lab, dry flower lab, and she got the information from the department, and they took this project with the MOU. Okay, so the institution started her own company. She started her own company, and floral images for making dry flower products with the help of skilled women. She started, and now she earns an income of 25,000 to 30,000 per month. So this is published in Times of India. And another lady, Nasrat Jahan, she is Kashmiri. She has become an entrepreneur, especially a dry flower entrepreneur, and she started this cultivating flowers in her backyard of the garden, and now she has become a millionaire. Okay, so she is a big shot now. So she is also making dry flowers and fresh flower export. So this is also published. So coming to floral crafts, so one can make a beautiful greeting cards just by simple method of press drying, and floral bookmarks you can make. Wall hangings, there is a lot of demand for wall hangings. Even our students in the ELP model, they are preparing wall hangings. Especially we have another college at Koppal, near Hospete, where there is a historical place is there, Hampe, which is a world enlisted heritage place. So many foreigners they are coming to that place where our another college is located near Koppal. Our ELT students they are making such type of frames and they are selling to the foreigners. So they are selling at the rate of 1,000 rupees one frame. So this is another area. And dry flower, even though you have dried it, but display is very important. Okay, so we have to have a container to display these dry flowers. So different types of containers you have to develop for different products. That is another area you have to do. And you can also put it in a shadow box. Flower bouquets, there is a lot of demand for flower bouquets, dried flower. And candles, floral candles, especially during Christmas, a lot of demand is there for this type of candles. The dried flowers can be put on the candles. You can make a beautiful decorative candles for the Christmas and other occasions. And now there is another demand is coming. Earlier, our women used to decorate their body with flowers, and slowly it was disappeared. But now, as we tell, old is gold. Many couples, especially during the marriage, they are using these floral jewelries, which is the dried one. There is a lot of demand. Then floral frames, I told you, a lot of demand is there for floral frames. If you arrange properly and if you put a beautiful frame, there is a lot of demand for this type of frames. And sometimes we have to go for waxing. Just like waxing of fruits, the flowers can also be put it in a wax so that it will remain fresh, okay, for long. So fresh pressed flower lanterns can also be prepared, and they are very beautiful. And now there is a lot of demand for petal soap. Soap is prepared out of petal, and herbal sachets. Nowadays, you may be knowing a lot of demand is there for this type of sachets, which we are also calling as a potpourri. So all these scented herbs can be put it in a sachet and put it in a wardrobes or even below the pillow where you are sleeping. Potpourri, there is a lot of demand for potpourris, and India is exporting a lot of potpourris to other countries. And so you can also prepare the dried material in the form of balls, wall hangers, greeting cards, ball fillers, bouquets, table decoratives, scented candles, etc. etc. And apart from that, another area the dried material is used is to extract the natural dyes from the flower crops. So, what are the parts of the plants can be used for extraction? One is flowers or flower buds, seed pods, seeds, leaves, stems, root, bark, anything you can use to extract the color. So, there is a lot of demand for the pigments, and you may be knowing nowadays people are fond of having these natural pigments. Even in Holi, there is a lot of demand for natural color. So if you use synthetic color, there is a lot of problems, especially skin-related problems. And even if you take any bakery product, there is a saying that the bakery product contains 3 white poisons. One is sugar, which is a very, very poisonous, and maida. Maida is another ingredient which you are using in a bakery product. That is also white color. Then dalda, which is used to prepare the bakery product. Apart from that, if you go to any bakery shop, so the colorful cakes, they are very dangerous. They are using synthetic colors. That's why even I ask my students not to eat colorful cakes, and even this gobi manchuri, what you call. They are putting these synthetic colors, which is carcinogenic. So now there is a lot of demand for this natural colors. So that's why the marigold is a very commonly used flower for extracting color, which is used for coloring the bakery products and even as a pot poultry feed. This is a flow chart for dye extraction. Cannot go in detail. How to extract the dyes from the flowers. So we have standardized for our some of the flowers. And coming to advantages of floral dyes, that we know. So we can have this natural colors. Different colors are there. There is no disposal problem, no hazards to human health. Okay, so these are the advantages of floral dyes. Another area where dried flowers are used, that is paper industry. So we can make use of these dried flowers as an ingredient in the paper, and even the handmade papers can be prepared. Beautiful handmade papers can be prepared with the help of these dried materials, especially flowers. So you can see how beautiful it is, the colorful paper, handmade paper with the dried petals of flowers, different flowers. So even in Pondicherry, I have visited. There is a paper industry. They are using this dried material to prepare this paper, handmade papers. And another important area is even though you make a beautiful dry material, the proper packing of dried flower is very, very important. Display and packing. So as you know, they are dried material. They are very delicate. You have to properly pack it, especially for distant market. So we have to take care of dried material. They should not be kept directly under sunlight, and they have to be handled very gently, carefully, because they are fragile and brittle. So, and they are highly flammable. So that's why you have to take the care that you have to prevent the fire hazards. Okay, and they are highly hygroscopic. So even though if you have dried it completely, they can absorb the moisture from the atmosphere. They may lose the life. So that's why you have to keep the dried material in a airtight container. That is another thing you have to take care. So advantage we have already discussed. Okay. And another success story I'll tell you. So these two brothers, they have started one company where they are using these waste flowers, dried waste flowers, for preparing agarbattis. You might have read about these two people. So you can see both the brothers. One is IIT person. So he has joined his hands with his brother, and they have started this company. So Nirmalya means after offering to the god, whatever the flowers, they are called Nirmalya. Normally in our Hindu culture, or even in Muslims also, when you worship a flower, after that will not throw in a pit. So mostly the people will put these Nirmalya in the river. So they have that belief that we should not throw here and there. So it is polluting a lot of rivers. So what these two people they did it, they have collected these flowers from the temples, especially Kanpur and around, and they have trained the people how to make this agarbattis. So women are collecting the temple waste, and you can see the river is polluted with flowers. When you go to any river, it is not only Ganga, any river, it is all polluted. Even any water body, it may be a river, it may be a well, it may be pond. All people they are throwing this waste, temple waste in the form of flowers, leaves, etc. in the river. So these people they have trained some people to collect the flowers, and after collecting, they will separate. They will sort different types of flowers, different colors. They will sort out, and you can see how they are sorting out. And after that, they are making incense sticks. So his name is Nikhil Gampa. So he turns temple floral waste into fragrant incense sticks. So this is you can see he is a Nikhil Gampa who is graduated from after finishing his engineering in biotechnology from NIT Durgapur, Nikhil Gampa joined a research project. First, he joined one project that is a mushroom making. Mushroom, which is used to make the paper, but it is not that much encouraging. So he thought that it is not that much encouraging to change my field. So he started, he studied different aspects, and finally he decided I have to make this waste flower into valued product. So he was sleeping in a temple. So a lot of this waste flowers thrown in the temple. He got some fever, and mosquitoes were bited. He got a fever. So he thought, why we have to waste these flowers and creating a lot of pollution. So he got an idea what to do, and he has joined with his brother. He's called Pritam, and Pritam was a student of IIT Kanpur. Both of them, they started this company, and now they have trained a lot of women who are expert in collecting the flowers, grading, sorting, and making agarbattis. And today, this green wave converts almost 300 kg to 400 kg of flowers every week into 100 to 150 kg of incense sticks. And earlier, it was only in Kanpur, but now they are expanding their business, and now they have started this collecting temple waste and making incense sticks from Mumbai, Warangal, Hyderabad, and Kanpur. Now, more than 50 to 60 women, they have been employed in this business. Another project is there in Chikkaballapur, Karnataka. So what they did is their objective was to develop a novel approach towards the flower waste management. What they did, they have developed this flower waste into liquid hand wash. They prepared the soap, and apart from that, the flower waste they are made as a poultry feed or cattle feed, and they also developed a cosmetic cream from the flower extract. And apart from that, this project formulated the waste flowers into fertilizers. So from dry flowers, they prepared hand wash. Then cosmetic cream also they prepared, poultry or cattle feed. The flowers are rich in vitamins, minerals, you may be knowing. So it can be used as a cattle feed and fertilizer, especially flower enriched fertilizers are available. And poultry feed, I told you that marigold is very commonly used for pigment extraction, and that pigment is used as a poultry feed so that the color of yolk will increase. So coming to future thrust, so in which direction we have to move, especially when you want to become an entrepreneur in the dry flower industry. So what are the future thrust? One is standardization of raw material for trade. So we have to standardize which is the best raw material for particular industry and particular country, particular consumer. That has to be standardized. Even stage of harvesting, method of drying, packaging, all these things should be standardized. Standardization production technology for dry flowers. So we have to standardize the dry flower making technologies. Already some technologies available, but a lot of work has to be done, especially for the new flowers. And even if you take the rose, Dutch rose drying temperature requirement is different from the miniature rose drying techniques. Temperature different is there, duration is different. Like that, we have to standardize for each crop, each variety, each stage also. If you have harvested bud stage, it has its own drying temperature. So we have to standardize the production technology of dry flowers for most of the crops, and standardization of processing and packing. So how to process it, how to arrange that dry material in a beautiful form, that has to be standardized. And packaging. The packaging is another area we have to standardize. Identification of markets for new products. Okay. So if you have developed a new product, which is the best market, you have to identify. And regulation of marketing strategies in various localities. And you may be knowing, floriculture marketing is controlled by only few people, middlemen. In Mumbai, in a small room, 10 by 10, they are sitting and they are controlling entire floriculture marketing by few people. So that commission agents, what we call, that has to be regulated. So that has to be done. Application of modern drying techniques for quality. You may be knowing, in dry flowers, there are several problems. The first thing is, sometimes we are not retaining the shape of a particular dry material, and sometimes we are not retaining the fragrance. Okay, so consumer wants both. The rose should look like rose only. It should not be flat. Okay, so that shape should be retained. The color should be retained. Then the fragrance. Some of the fragrant flowers, they lose the flowers fragrance after drying. That has to be retained. So we have to develop a modern drying techniques for such type of flowers, and we have to educate the people for using dry flowers. That is one thing. If we educate, then definitely market will grow. And we have to train the people. We have to educate and train. Okay. So about the concept, what is the dry flowers? And sometimes if it is some of the minds, what they'll think that, oh, dried is not good. They have to be used only as a wreath in the death ceremony. No, it's not like that. Dried preserved flowers can also be used for different occasions. We have to educate them, we have to tell the concept, and we have to tell the product range, which type of products are available in the market, since from just greeting cards to wall hangings to the bouquets, etc. And we have to survey. We have to survey, make the survey. Where is the demand? Where is the production area? We have to concentrate. I told you, the material, raw material is coming from northeastern region to Tuticorin. Instead of that, if we start a dry flower industry in that northeastern region only, so we can make use of that particular available flora. So we have to survey that, and we have to survey the domestic and international market. So which kind of flowers are to be sold in which market, that has to be surveyed. So finally, I conclude my lecture that dry flowers are cheaper one, everlasting, and fast becoming a favorite among the flower lovers. And now there is a lot of demand for the dry flowers, and liberalization of exim policy encourages such type of activities. I hope our young generation, especially now, every agri graduate or horticulture graduates, they are becoming as a job seekers. Instead of job seekers, you can start your own business as an entrepreneur. So this is one area, the floriculture, that too, dry flower industry is the best business. You can become a good entrepreneur. You may be knowing, IIT people are computer software people, they are coming to our field, but our own graduates are hesitating to come in this field. So sky is the limit. If you read the history of that Ramesh florist of Tuticorin, he was an engineering graduate. Okay, so he left his job and he came and he engaged 3-4 people to collect the dry material from the forest, and he started his business with just 10,000 rupees investment, and now he's a millionaire. You can see. So then the sky is the limit for this dry flower industry, and when you compare with fresh flower, there is no, these are not perishable in nature, so one can utilize this and you can become a good entrepreneur. I hope I have given inside of the dry flower industry. I have not covered any different drying techniques, because some of the other speakers will cover this, and I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to say something about the status of dry flower industry in India. And I also thank all the participants for patience hearing. And if you have any specific questions, definitely I can answer you. I conclude my session here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now student are request to please question the sir. Interact with the sir. Hello.
Any specific questions?
दीप्ति सुवाग्या. Parthiba, ask the question to sir. Parth Dodia, ask the question to sir. List student. Satyam. Meghnati Jiten. Bhumika. Reena, ask the question to sir. Janika. Okay, thank you, sir. We are very thankful to sir on the behalf of our university staff, faculty, and student. Sir give the interesting topic on the floriculture business, importance of value addition, and which time of perfect time for the harvesting of flower, and importance of dry flower and different product of dry flower, and also we see the different entrepreneur of the dry flower. Sir mainly work on the dry flower, potted plants, and ornamental plants, and also work on CAD. This is the computer aided designing. So thank you very much, sir, for giving this valuable and interesting lecture. And this lecture will help to our student for the development of the entrepreneurship in floriculture industry. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity. And if you have any specific questions, you can share my mobile number. Anytime you can contact me. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, third our technical session start at 3:30, and now lunch break, and after third section is started at 3:30. Okay, so all the students are requested to remain present at 3:15. Okay.
husband gives wife on her birthday, and then for the Mother's Day, for any occasion in the home or in the environment, we find that the use of flowers are very dominating because it can be such a happy emotions to the people who we share. And they remember us because we give them the beautiful flower. But when the flower with us, they may linger that for few days or so. After that, they just forget about what we had given. So that is the kind of emotion that is kindled, but however it stays on. So does the flower need special attention? I'm sure my answer is 100% yes. Because in nature, we are flooded with so many natural resources. Do we discard we don't do it for vegetables, fruits, and many other perishable products? We give so much of importance to the consumption in the form of direct consumption or in the preservation. However, when it comes to flower, we just use it only for the current consumption. When it comes to the preservation, there is absolutely no thought about it. That's how the situation was. And of late, today morning, I was able to see there are so many companies that have established their ventures to meet the big mother Western world. So that is something amazing. So there is attention so far, and we can further strengthen it by understanding some of the new technologies that can make wonder in this dry flower industry. What happens to flower? I'm sure all of you knows this. This is the flowers have the beautiful natural formation of color. It's form, its shape, its texture, its sheen, everything is beautiful about flower. But what happens when the external environment, when it is plucked away from the parent plant, it starts losing 70 to 80% of the moisture within 8 hours. If you don't take care of the flowers within that period, surely it goes into the waste matter. But if we can take care of this issue and try to give right protection in the right time, you can surely take care of the flowers. So those flowers will surely prolong its life for long. How is it possible to ensure? Yes, it is possible to ensure this, provided we give them the pre-treatment before we pluck the flower from the plant. That is before the process cultivating these flowers for preservation. We have to take care of the flower before it is in the matured stage. When it is over matured, it is of no use because it will start shedding the petals. So it is necessary that it has in the right stage for plucking. Then, just before plucking, we have to ensure that it is affected by pests or any other insect issues. So if anything is there, that's going to surely spoil your flowers, and flowers are not going to have right market. I had personally seen when I purchased my flowers and put it on the table, I saw worms lingering around the flower. That is something very horrible. We cannot think of that kind of quality of flowers available to the consumers. So if we can take care of these issues and then cut them in the right time, method, then store them, and before we take it for the marketing or for processing, it is absolutely a essential step if you want to ensure the quality of flowers. Is it all clear? Now I'm going to the next part of it. How do we add value to flowers? Next, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. How do we add freshness to fresh flowers, value to the fresh flowers as a fresh flower? One thing is, first of all, when it is in the raw stage, when it is going to the customer, that is the absolute use of it. If the customers can find the right use to it, then they are able to enjoy it. So it is in the fresh flower as it is. It can go into the interiors for decoration and for floor decoration and for craft works, and then creation of the beauty products and for draping on ourselves. For everything we depend on the fresh flowers. The same fresh flowers when it is in the same stage, if we can take care of the petals, if we can protect the petals, that also has much bigger utility value. So when these petals can be utilized, morning I heard lot of things about marigold and then roses and many other flowers which gives lots of fragrance. So when all these are possible, then we should be able to take care of the fresh flowers in its fresh state, so that even the petals in the early stage can make lot of contribution to the value. Then protection with special care. Here comes our little effort. We try to press right, and we were child, we have always taken care to do the little hobby work of keeping our flowers in the inside the huge books or between the books and allow it to press dry, so that the flowers, when you take it out, you have the flower that you wanted it to be preserved. So that kind of press drying and then waxing, when the flowers are and foliages are fresh, it will surely give you the good result. So this is the simple special care. But the same thing, when you want to prolong the life, so you go for the short method treatments. That is the techniques like air drying, desiccant drying, silica gel drying, that is a desiccants like silica gel borax, and so many alternatives were suggested in the morning. I'm sure we have worked on all that, but we also had a lot of setback when we were working with these. So the quality of flowers were surely not meeting the requirement of the quality that is required in the preserved flower. So it takes about 3 to 12 months for the flowers to sustain in our in a state where we can still admire. After that, it goes into the waste. But still, if we can preserve them protect them for 3 to 12 months, that is absolutely good enough. Then next is the long-term preservation. This is where we are currently focusing on. So in the morning, we had learned a lot about the short period techniques. Now we are going to see about the long, that is the number of years it can prolong. Earlier it was 1 year, now 1 year to numerous. There is no limit to it. So here various treatments, like there are different types of treatments. I had been in touch with the literature for last 23 years. I started my research in 1998 when I'll show you a flower which I purchased in 1998. I'll talk about it. So there are a number of literatures which talk about this preservation of flowers for the long duration. They are glycol treatment, then vacuum drying, freeze drying, Vermont process. These are all the different technologies available in all around the world. People are researching, continuously researching. There is no end to it. Every time I find new article coming on the different process, but the actual technology is always a secret to the company which developed. So they always keep those formula in their hand, but they talk about the preservation, so that many people know about the preservation of the flower, but the secret behind the formulas, they are all always under the secret, always kept in secrecy. Like for example, Vermont process. When I Vermont process video, I really fell in love. Are they real or protected? No, to that extent, they maintain that quality. Glycol treatment is also a beautiful one, but I always have some inner feeling that tells me that this is not the quality that I am looking for. Here what they do is they try to give the treatment to totally bleach them and then give the treatment to some new colors to it. That is, now you see these glycol treated flowers, you get in thousands of variations in colors. It is possible only because they give the dyeing treatment for absorption of the dye, and then after that they rinse it once again with the alcohol, so that excess of dye in it will be dissolved. So that is the glycol treatment. But here also there is a very big research that is not leaked out to me, and that is what I observe. But many of my friends with whom I have been in touch, they also have said that we know about the technology, but but we have always failed to succeed in it. So that's how it was. Coming to the freeze drying, this is also something absolutely not known to me until I really saw flower, which just took my heart. I felt that something that is about the flower. Here is the flower. This is the flower in a glass case. Now this is 23 years old. This I purchased in the year 1997-98 during the summer break when I stood in the other state in Bapatla, that is the place where I was working in 1997 to 2000. So when I came for a holiday, I happened to visit the industrial exhibition which was having this expo material public access. So when I visited this and I saw this, and it was, the charges were so high. I was thinking why they are charging so much. I was not able to have the clue to it. But people were thronging around that stall to these flowers, which was costing around 50,000, 60,000, 1 lakh. People were still trying to bargain to buy those flowers. So that held my attention. And then I felt that I should buy this. Let me see what it holds and why should people spend on it. So that's I purchased it in 1998 at the cost of 2,750 rupees. That was almost equal to my salary. But my urge in me that pulled me so close to it, I felt that this is an amazing guide for me, an inspiration for me. Let me learn about it. So that is how I started giving attention to this flower. Absolutely a source of inspiration. So once I had this in my hand, I could not stop. I wanted to research more and more to find out what is this technology about. So at one stage when I was trying to explore myself, I was always in dearth of funds. So my university supported with a research fund for the staff. So I started in a small way, just using the table model, freeze dryer, which was absolutely possible for us to get the quality of flowers. But initially to start with a floral freeze dryer, I started, and I realized that I am able to put my step forward. Now let me see how far I can go much closer to my goal. So that's how I started my research. So at last, now I have my freeze-dried flowers. So this is what is the freeze-dried flowers about. It can stay any number of years. If I can keep it for maybe, I don't know, as long as I live, after I live, it may be still with my people. So to that extent, it is in the environment if it is well cared, well protected. So that is also an equally important point. I'm going to talk about it a little later stage. So this is what about the freeze-dried flowers about. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. So now all of us love dry flowers. Since morning we had been hearing so much about the dry flowers and the changing trends. So I'm sure all of you who are with me now, I'm able to see 101 participants. It gives me such a joy. There are 101 participants showing interest to the dry flower management. That itself is a great achievement for the floriculture department and in the floral industry. So I'm sure we are all going to have wonderful time as the time passes now. We'll proceed to next slide. So we love flowers. We love dry flowers. Next. Please. Yeah. So what you see, these are all some of the slides which you had been seeing since morning also. That is through the air drying, through the press drying, through the water drying, microwave drying, and then these are all the various methods through which the small way in which you can handle. See, the small method of preserving also can end up in this kind of flowers here. You see, they are laminated, they are into acrylic. You know, once they are in acrylic, they get the beautiful place in it, but they are not eco-friendly anymore. So you are not allowed to create a product which is non-eco-friendly. So in my idea, anything that goes with the nature has to be the followed. And even the same way, even the lamination is absolutely a nice way to protect the flowers. So if flowers are pressed and if it can be mounted into the nice display, it will surely make a beautiful decor object for gifting, what for personal use, for anything that you want, you can create with this kind of simple methodologies. Next. Yeah. So now then getting into the interiors. So interiors we have dry flowers in glass cases, dry flowers and wax flowers in the hangers. So these are all, even if it is exposed to the environment, it doesn't matter because they anyway in the process of drying, it had lost moisture, but as the days passed, it will absorb moisture and change its color. But because of the cost involved in it, it's all right. Even after some time, we can always replace it with a new stock. However, this stock, as long as it is possible to make it look beautiful, we can use it in our environment. So these are less in price. So it is worthy to enjoy these flowers. Next. Next. Yeah. So what you see is the one I had held previous. Yeah. The one I was holding this is a container. You can see the freshness of the flower as if it is just now bloomed and then it is kept in the case. To that extent, they look so natural. This is the flower arranged for as a memento for the wedding. So when the wedding bouquet and then the bride's this buttonhole is held in hand, it makes that flowers more significant couple. So I felt that if people know that it is possible to preserve their valuable flowers, they will be surely enjoying the beauty of these flowers. So these are some of the models I have created, which I see every day, and will many more. So these are some of the sample for freeze-dried flowers. Next. Yeah. Now you find all these flowers have entered into our interiors everywhere, in any part of the house, in any part of the office. Now people don't have to spend every day or every 3 days once for the fresh flower. It's not that I'm discouraging the buying of fresh flowers, but fresh flowers needs market. However, if you can make use of the same fresh flower for the betterment, for the better preservation, it is always to be more useful to the interior. So this is how these are the example how it fits into the interior. Next. Yeah, as I said, this is a ancient to me. This is 23 years old and it holds a sweet memory of a story of about the freeze drying technology. Okay, next. Next. Yeah. So what we have seen is flowers retain their color, beautiful shape, size, texture as if they were when they were fresh. I'm sure all of you agree with me. The flower petals retain their shapes and curves. Some of the colors, because it undergoes the extreme temperature and in the vacuum drying process, see what happens in the freeze dryer is we try to load the flowers of different texture because the size of the freeze dryer is such that you can load, if it's a domestic level or a small experimental or a pilot project level, it can take up to 350 flowers or rose heads. But the same one, when you go for the advanced dryers, that is, it can take up to, morning I think Dr. Alka had shown a freeze dryer that is from China, it can hold up to 1,000 flowers also. So when you are trying to load the machine, all the time we may not be loading only rose or only a particular kind of flower. We try to put all the flowers at one point and then we try to load the machine with the flowers. So what happens is, because each flower has got a different density, different texture, different petal thickness, there are so many things that has influence on the color, the quality of the flower. So what happens is when the treatment goes on, there is variations in the temperature that is required for running the flowers. So when we put all kinds of flowers in one machine, so naturally it has to dry long. So in this drying process, there is chances for it to either to darken or lighten. White becomes slightly tinted white, and then yellow becomes very bright, and then blue becomes little velvety, velvet color or purple color. So like this, there is some little changes you can see. Light pink becomes slightly darker pink, red becomes slightly maroon, not all red. There are some petals of roses, red roses. I find that rose, that is the thicker petal, turns surely dark. Whereas light Edward rose and other roses, they remain intact. So depending upon the texture of the flower and then the thickness of the petal, surely it's the influence on the output. So the process renders the flowers to be totally biodegradable and wholly natural. These are the advantages of freeze drying. So there is a big challenge for us to understand these intricacies of the preservation and then to process them in an effective manner so that they retain their beautiful color and texture and naturality. So next. So what we need, first of all, what do we need? My dear students, can you understand what we need? Of course, I put my display, my slides are visible to you. So what we need is the knowledge. First of all, knowledge. So if you have the knowledge and then if you have the equipment and if you have the good quality of flowers grown by farmers and then if you have the supplies for running the enterprise and if you have the cooperation of the resource first and there is a motivation from government, it is all possible for us to proceed into the depth of our technology. And it doesn't stop there. It includes passion, perseverance, patience, enthusiasm, and your energy level should be always high. Only with these kind of depth, I'm sure you will be able to go into the technology. It is worthy to pay attention to each of these when we are working with the processing. Next. Next. Yeah. So what you see is the equipment. Please proceed. Previous. Yeah. So what you see is the two different types of freeze dryers looking almost alike. At the bottom one is a manual operation, other one has got a automatic control. So initially when my research was showing little success and my university had given me around 6 lakhs and told me to start my project, and I was trying to explore about the technology in our country, there was no freeze dryers available. They had this table model freeze dryers only for the lab experiments. There was no floral freeze dryer in the market. So it became a little risk for me to take this money and then not able to do. So that was the state in which I was. So what I did is, fortunately, that was an occasion for me to visit USA, where my family member who was saying interest in this freeze drying technology had been always talking about the freeze drying technology in USA, and she told me that their people are using the freeze dryer and then there are people who are giving the training. So that's how I took that advantage of it. When I visited USA, 90% for understanding this technology and 10% to attend to my niece wedding. So that is how my attention was diverted towards this freeze drying technology. So when I went there, they given an exposure training of 2 days training to understand the complete technology. Fortunately, I had the knowledge of understanding intricacies behind this freeze drying. So with that little knowledge, I was able to really see in and believe myself that it is possible. That is how though it was a 2 days training, it was good enough for me to understand what goes into it and how the design of the equipment is. So as soon as I came, I had a discussion with the company who is supposed to be Delvac pumps from Chennai, said that they will be able to try on it. So they had mechanical engineers, they had vacuum engineers, they had refrigerant engineers. A lot of people were involved in designing this product for me. So first time in India, we had a floral free from this company. So I worked on this for 3 years, but my flowers came out well. Surely my flowers were much better. However, during the process, I realized that it was a little cumbersome because every day I had to check monitor the values in the machine and then adjust it and then always be concerned about it. As long as the machine was running, I was always concerned about the process. But later, when my project got over at the stage, when my results were good enough, that is, I was able to protect the shape and size of the flower and the color of the flower, but the texture and the suppleness was not achieved. So that was the time when my funds got exhausted and the research got wound up. So I was little unhappy. My research was halfway. So I wanted some more help from other source. So at that time, today morning, Dr. Balaji mentioned about our ICAR BDG, Dr. Janakraman. So he happened to see my flowers and the technology and he said, you should apply for Department of Science and Technology for funds and then ask them to help you out. So you make a nice presentation. I'm sure you are going to get it. So that was the motivation with which I had moved forward to present technology to the group of experts, and then fortunately I was blessed with a very huge amount as I expected. That was around 60 lakhs I got for starting this technology for this machinery and other management for 2.5 years, 30 months project I worked on this, and then it all was a wonderful journey. I was able to have the joy of producing flowers, though there is you can see that orange one, that's a controller. So this is external. It was occupying a lot of space. But anyway, my purpose of it was to see that flowers are dried. So with this, I was able to have my flowers and use this equipment that is both manual and automatic, works well. How automatic, you just give the program and then just relax, just monitor in between, check whether all the parameters are going as per your requirement, and then fine, good. So you proceed. So this is how I was able to proceed with my experiments, and as the days passed by, I was able to fix all those elements which I was striving for. Next, please. Next. Yeah. So now what you see, similar, please back. Yeah. So the similar floral freeze dryer, but this is a compact model. It is by a company in Hyderabad called Lyophilization System. They have, for the sake of me, this is a pilot plant. This is designed after my retirement. When I was ready to do more research in my flowers, when I approached this company, they said they will be able to create a design as per my desire. So they created this compact machine which has all the inbuilt systems which makes it more compact and then manageable. So this is the freeze dryer from the Lyoflora. It is called as a Lyoflora lyophilization system Hyderabad. Next, please. Yeah. So all of you know freeze dryer is also called as a lyophilizer. So the freeze dryer is used for the freeze drying process. Here, what happens is flowers, which has got moisture, they are frozen to the extreme solidity. Ice is a solid in a solid form. Here, with the application of the vacuum, they are slowly drawn away, and then until level that it is totally dried, vacuum continuously draws the moisture in it, and at last you get the flower which is totally dry. In this process, you don't feel that there is any change in quality of flower, because the time required for running this process, please don't get shocked, that is what it is. It takes about not less than 7 to 14 days. 7 days is for flowers which are very thin, delicate, small, and things like that. I keep my gypsophilia, limonium, status, and some more flowers, including foliage. I put it into the small cycle, and so some flowers like bird of paradise, and then red ginger, and then this roses, big roses, that is Taj Mahal roses, which has got multiple petals, so solid, heavy. I mean, it is really I really had tough job in handling this. So for that, it requires surely not less than 14 days. Unless we give that much of time, we do not get the quality of the flowers that is as close to nature. So this is how, what happens is, from the solid form, without turning into liquid, they go out of the specimen chamber in the form of a vapor, and then gets accumulated in the condenser, where comes once again the ice. So as long as the ice forms in the condenser, that means there is some amount of moisture getting released. During the process of defrosting, we realize that still some more moisture is adding. That means there is still more moisture in the flower. So once the moisture is not, condenser does not collect the ice, that is an indication that flowers are dry. That's the time you can pull it out from the machine. So this is the basic understanding about the freeze drying technology. Next, please. Yeah, so it is a process. The process starts with the rehydration, pre-treatment, freeze drying, post-treatment, and then storage and packing. Rehydration. Hydration is what we give. We try to protect the flowers when it is plucked from the plant. Before it reaches the customer, they are hydrated before it is shared with the customer. Now, from the customer stage, now it has come to another customer. Second customer is me, or the first customer is the person who's selling. So from him, when I borrow, so there is a gap. It may be a day, 2 or so. So the hydration, though they give it with certain protection, the hydration in this process, there is chance for the flowers to lose its character. There will be some withering, and then some flower, some may lose it. Starts hanging up. A lot of things happens with because they are not taken adequate care. So it is compulsory that we give the rehydration, so the cell structure slightly opens up, so that the facilitated. So rehydration is surely an essential step for preservation. Next is the pre-treatment. Pre-treatment, there is also for protecting the flowers. Here, pre-treatment, see, as I said, have color, texture, shape, size, and then sheen. All these are the essential characters. Now, each character has to be addressed specifically when you are treating with the treatment. So, this pre-treatment is a blend of chemicals which differs for different character of the flowers. So, each treatment is given to each flower. See, if I am loading 350 flowers, for every flower, we have to give attention to the flower. And then, once the flowers are ready, then it goes for the freeze drying into the specimen chamber, product chamber. That is the freeze drying process. So once it goes into the freeze drying process, the time taken has to be given, time required for drying has to be given. Then once you remove it from the flower, from the cabin, then it has to be further post-treated. Once it is post-treated, doesn't stop there. It is still organic. It can still absorb moisture. So post-treatment protects flowers. However, unless you take care of the storage and packing before you market it, it becomes very crucial to take care of your flowers. So these are the essential steps we have to take care when we are working with the flowers. Next. Next. Yeah. So it all starts with what kind of flowers, whether it is seasonal and exotic flower. I think exotic is hidden. So see selection of the seasonal flower, exotic flowers. You can combine, or you can, if your requirement is big, then it can be single or similar character flowers. So first is selection. Next. Hydration. That is a process that is essential to revive the freshness of the flowers before pre-treatment. That is, flowers, some may be in the form of bud, some may be in the form of a half bloom, maybe overbloom. So at this stage, we have to totally remove all the fully bloom, because fully bloom, by the time they come out, it will leave out the petal, not stick to the body of the flower. So we have to segregate. Of course, these fully bloom petals have the petals. So we also process the petals for dehydration. So next is, once those flowers, there are different, I'm sure those who are working with the researchers, they must be aware of the hydration techniques suitable for different flowers. So different techniques are used for preservation, the hydration of the flowers. Next is the pre-treatment. Pre-treatment allows the flowers to absorb all the chemicals and then allow it to dry, so that before it goes a machine, the total flower is dry. So each flower is taken care in the pre-treatment process. Next. Next. Yeah. So now the flowers are pre-treated. Now they are ready for going into the machine. So this is my small little lab where we keep continuously working on these methodology. So my staff, who has been training under my training for last 10 years, she is with me to help me out in the process. So she helps me to process the flowers and put it into the machine. Next. Yeah. Now it goes into the machine. They are not the same flower. I just picked up the slides which were meeting to my requirements. So it goes into the machine, where flowers, first initially it has to be at least having minus 10 degrees. That is lesser than sub-zero level. 10 degrees minus 10 is the minimum limit to start its process. So all flowers are initially under minus 10 degrees. We load the flowers until the complete load is completed, and then we close the machine for some time until all the flowers taken that minus 10 degree temperature to start solidification. Then that's the time we start with the primary drying, where we increase the temperature to minus 27 and allow it to be in the temperature for almost 24 hours, and then we try to start with the secondary drying process. So what you see is the machine where the secondary drying process has already started. You can see the ice formation here. That is, once the suction takes place, it turns into the vapor and then gets collected in the bottom chamber for preservation. Next is, yeah, once the flowers are taken out, ready for post-treatment. Here in the post-treatment is very, very essential, because they give the light, thin, filmy texture to the flower, so that the flowers will not immediately absorb external moisture. So the post-treatment is essential. Here also, as we did the pre-treatment, every flower needs special attention. So here the post-treatment holds the brittleness without shattering. So here, because the flowers have taken that 95 to 98 degrees of moisture is removed, so naturally they are absolutely papery. So this process allows the post-treatment allows the flowers to hold its shape and still protect from the weather condition. Next. Yeah, what you see is the post-preserved flowers, post-treated flowers. So now they are ready for next stage, that is storage, assembly, packaging, all these things. So next is this. Now what you see is the petals and then the blooms that are freeze dried. Next. Yeah. So all these are the flowers, all are freeze dried. Now you can see such a variations in the variety. So every freeze dried flower has a bigger variety. So now these flowers can be converted into the beautiful display material. Before we proceed, let me show you what I have in my hand. This is red ginger. Actual weight of this flower is around 450 to 500 grams. Now this is hardly about 10 to 12 grams. This is berries. This is Erigium from South America. This is also a special exotic. This is statice. This is coxcomb. They are all feathery because there is no moisture in it. However, I put it in the airtight container. This is hydrangea. Bird of paradise. Our beautiful rose. This is the leather fern. This is, I think they call it as pom-pom or something like that. So this is also from one of the exhibition I collected. This is lilies. This is carnation, one of the exotic ones. I really love this flower because of the way in which it has formed that outer layer in darker shade, and then the central one is plain. So this is limonium. Rose. So that's it. I have such a huge stock here. Now let me not proceed further. So this is how these flowers, once it is processed, they look absolutely natural as we have procured from the environment. If I'm not careful, that will absorb. So I have to be immediately taking care of it. Okay, so that is how the flowers are made available for the next stage of the processing. Next. Yeah. Now comes the assembly. What is storage is, once the flowers are dried, it has to be into the airtight container. If it is not an airtight container, once again, moisture will leak into the flower and flowers will start changing its color, and then the crispness, it will turn supple. Once it turns supple, that is the time where the humidity is really getting absorbed, and then the flowers are surely going to change its total character. So we should ensure that the storage container is airtight before you put it into the next stage. So packaging is, this is what is called the packaging. Once the flowers are ready, you need to pack them into the right container for the right purpose. So this one, the small one on the table, that is meant for the small gifts. It costs about 400 rupees. You may wonder, why is it 400? See, the flower requires the sufficient length of processing time, and then the care and other things that goes with the flower. And then it is not a flower that goes to the hand of the customer, it goes into the container through which you will be able to see the beauty of the flower. So every flower has to be provided with the, can you see this? Is it visible? So this is the flower that is placed into the container. So next please. Yeah. So this is how my designer, who's been with me for the last 11 years, she is the one who designs my flowers into a beautiful arrangement. Now these are some of the memory flowers. You can see these memory flowers are something which is admired by all those who want to keep the flowers as a memorable one. So here the kind of design frame, whether it could be a shadow box or the round domes or keepsake glass containers, anything and everything that is required for making the arrangement is taken care in this stage for the design purpose. So it goes with not only the flower and its process, it goes with the way in which we present the flowers for the utility. So it's an elaborate process. Next. Yeah, so yeah, this is how flowers are gone into the container. Now you see the beautiful wall decor and then the handout to the guest. So these are the small arrangements from the flowers that we procure. Next. Yeah, so what we do is we can create personalized gift. It is suitable for the families, for the occasions, for the events, for everything. We can be, and we want to give something as a memorable, something that you want them to treasure your sweet moment of sharing. So for such events, it is possible to give these natural flowers so that it makes the big meaning to the person who receives it. And it is really a good asset to have the interiors decorated with these flowers, whether it is office, home or institution, whether as a table accessory or a wall accessory or a furniture accessory. Anywhere you want to fit in these flowers, like a natural flowers, we arrange it in the form of a small container and then display them on the table. In the same way, we can decorate our interiors with these flowers also. Next. Yeah. Now, once I developed this technology, people were so much happy that the technology has been developed in our own country for the first time using the knowledge that is unknown to us. So this is the first one is the director of DST, and the other one is our Chief Minister K.T. Ramarao, that is our Chief Minister's son K.T. Ramarao, who was holding, and here is the Union Minister, and they were so happy to see the flower in its kind of form that is unbelievable to those who were feeling that it is a natural flower. Next. Yeah. So I'm going to the next stage. So what made me to reach the next stage is my passion, patience, perseverance. These are the 3 P's I always hold with me. I cannot be without these. I always think of continuing my work. I want to dedicate my time. Nothing is going to come in my way of my passion. So with these, I started my hobby in a small way, and that it led into the literature exposure to protect flowers, and then it turned into a research idea to lab studies, and that gave way to the success, and at last to establish an enterprise called Lio Florals for creating awareness on value-added flowers. If I hold my flowers and the technology in my hand, people will surely not know what is the work that went behind. My ultimate purpose of reaching this stage of establishing an enterprise is to see that the knowledge about this processed flower reaches a very big group. So this is the reason why I started my Lioflorals. Lio is lyophilization, florals is flowers processed. So Lioflorals takes care of the complete knowledge about what the process is about. Next. Yeah. What you see is the logo. It's a registered logo logo which talks about the purpose of the company. Here, the hand talks about the protection, and the flower is with the ice crystals, and then they are surrounded by the protection. So this logo talks about the character of the company, the purpose of the company. So when we design a logo, it is essential that what we are trying to convey is taken care in our logo. So my company is called as a Live Florals Forever My Memories. I am the founder and also managing partner. See, when we are starting an establishment, when it's a sole proprietorship, the complete responsibility lies with you. So it is manageable. However, if there is a support of somebody else, it's always good. So I have a LLP. That LLP is Limited Liability Partnership, where one of my family member herself is a part of my company. So she helps me in decisions, and I take care of the management of the technology. So this is how we run the enterprise. Next. Yeah. So it's a startup company processing natural flowers into preserved flowers. It's under the MSME, where it is a micro enterprise by the name Lioflorals, and it is run by the two partners, Mahalakshmi Reddy and Shweta Reddy, and it started in 2016, November. I finished my superannuation was on April 30th, but the 6 months was a time where I had to raise myself to become an entrepreneur. So it was amazing. First 3 months was just a cool time. After 3 months, I realized that I was wasting my time and I'll be losing interest. So at that time, when I was talking to the Association of the Lady Entrepreneurship located in Hyderabad, ALEEP they call. So the director who knew me and my work, when she had come to take part in the event that I was organizing, when she saw my flowers, she said that after your retirement, we are going to do something great. So when I retired, when I spoke to her, she said, ma'am, it's high time you come to me. You are going to undergo an entrepreneurship training, and then we are going to see that your technology is taken to bigger height. So that is how I was pushed into the enterprise, and then my office is located in my own home. My home is in the hilly location, so I have a small little basement. So in the basement, I run my it is about 250 square feet area, just for me and my 2 staff and my 1 more helper to manage my show. That's enough. That is what was my dream. My dream was to see that many people get to know, not to make very huge bulk quantity. Of course, that is a dream for anybody. Of course, if it happens, that's going to be a dream. However, as of today, my aim is to see that I reach my larger community. And I have a website called www.lioflorals.com, and I also work with a social media in Facebook. I'm not a techno savvy. I am not so comfortable to spend big time in my system, so I just depend on social media, that is Facebook, just to update whatever that I'm trying to do for the as a new design, or to talk about my flower, or to talk about an occasion. I use this as the social media to talk about it. So when you find time, please visit these and then share your views also. Next. Yeah, the mission is to make this as a preservation company, premier preservation company for freeze-dried flowers, create awareness at nation level on preserved flowers for gifting purpose, and then design live floral products to meet the different eco-friendly floral gifting solutions. There are varieties of gifting solutions that are possible. So this allows the mission is one of the mission is that. So explore new alternative products to meet the demands of the individuals, families, institutions, corporate establishment. So when people got to know that, by the way, I just would like to say that when this one was established, when I came up with my first set of flower, and Mrs. Ramadevi, director of ALEEP, she said, what a wonderful way you started it, and you are going to come to the stage where you can show me the flower. This is an amazing part. I'm going to depute my news media people to come and talk about your flower to the public. So that is how my flowers are started reaching the community with a lot of people getting to know about the flowers. So now there are people who just approach me for meeting the day-to-day requirement, for the occasional requirement. Well in advance they give me the requirement of, I mean, it's not very big. When I talk about it, it may look too big, but it's a small way. I am able to provide the support to the people who are looking for. So preserve customized flowers to hold the happy emotions forever. These are my mission. I mean, those I can show the flower which was. Can you see this flower? This is the flower given by to the girl by a would-be boy on her engagement. So here, this flower is supposed to be. Can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can see she wanted the date and date of receiving the flower, and then convert that into the nice beautiful arrangement. She had 11 flowers in the bouquet, and she brought it to me saying that, ma'am, I would like this to be preserved. I just don't want this to lose its life. So can you do something about it? So I felt that it was essential that when there is somebody interested in it, I should do my work. So I just took it from her and I told her she had gladioli as to give compliment to the red roses. I said gladioli was always not a successful attempt for me. I will try my best. So at last I was able to succeed with my gladioli. However, because it was white color, it started changing color within 2 months. So I felt that that's not the way I should give to the girl who was showing so much of interest. And with her permission, I used alternative, just resembling to the gladioli. So I made the arrangement for her. So she's so happy, but she is not. I was able to share with her the picture, but she said because of the COVID, she said she will make it at a right time. So that is how for the customized flowers, I give importance to preserve their sentiments. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah. So what are the steps that went into the growth of the enterprise? First of all, undergoing training. I had to undergo 3 months training in ALEEP. I was the senior most person when all the others were small, young girls, like our college students and postgraduate students. They were all coming for the training so that they could take up the enterprise. But I was the oldest lady to undergo the training, but I felt, anyway, it's a start, let me do it. So that's how I underwent the training. Then the next step is, as a part of the training, I understood what is the methodology to be followed for running the enterprise. So I started with registering myself with a Junagadh, and then go ahead with the management of the finance to start with my other management. So current opening account, and then getting the PAN card, and then registering the company, creating the logo, and then applying for trademark registration, and then 1 minute promotion video so that people immediately could get convinced, and then I had to develop web design and development, and then design handouts and catalogs, and then create a network platform for the public to view my latest products. That is through the Facebook and Instagram. But Instagram, though everybody says that it is good for me, it is. I'm not really. I have to be concentrate on the Instagram every day, but I'm not having that much time, because my time is fully occupied for multiple tasks. So whatever the little time I have, I give it for the Facebook, and then developing the products, ordering the cases, and then glasses, and then the lids. So many things are involved in the production process. So product design and development, and then packaging, container design, and then the tagline for the product protection, and then create corporate brochures so that I could attract people in the corporate level, and then filling up the tax returns every year compulsorily. The tax returns, though one of the advantage for the agriculture and floriculture people are the government do not charge taxes for the response. So I am protected from that. They don't collect tax from me, nor I collect any tax from them. But however, I am supposed to be submitting my taxation form with under the GST. So all these are parts of it, At this stage of my age, I realized that I have taken a very huge burden to run the show. But once I started the show, it is not allowing me to withdraw from itself. So with great effort, I'm continuing to concentrate on the continuity of the enterprise. Next. Yeah, about the company. It's a self-funded company. I don't depend on any. I never thought about taking any loan for running the company. It is only self-funded. In fact, to talk about it, I had made use of my retirement funds for starting the company. And then we are only 4, myself scientist, there is a product manager, process manager, product designer, and a helper. External support like auditor, consultant, and then marketing strategy designers, web page designers, consultant. All these are essential because I'm not comfortable in all these areas. So whenever there is a specialist required, I need to hold them for their support. And then marketing, personal management, and started with an e-commerce platform. So I thought I would start, but e-commerce platform was taking some time. So it was only through the word of mouth. My knowledge was reaching the public. So people were, okay, it's not a very big society who's reaching me, but it's a small number. Those who are really convinced do reach me. Of course, when I present my products in number of exhibitions, some of the events, like a Rose Society, when they organize, they invite me to talk about my flowers. So people in the Directorate of Horticulture, and then family, friends, so many people who are interested, they show interest in my flowers. Then I produce pre-made gifts. That is a standard gifts. That is for a small product, small occasions. I make some pre-made gifts so that suddenly they'll just come, ma'am, I would like to buy something within 1,000 rupees, something, not more than 4,000 rupees, something. Even if it is more than 4,000, doesn't matter, ma'am, as long as it's beautiful. These different kinds of customers I get. So when I get the customers, please don't over-imagine. My customers are 20 or 15 in a month. But still, they are very good customers to me. So whatever the product they expect from me, I try to give them with my design from. And then product promotion, I attend a lot of, with my team, I just do all the basic job of putting my staff into work. And then they attend the trade fairs, exhibitions, all these are the shows we participate. And then we also publish some articles in newspaper, and to add to that, our TV channels have been giving a lot of support. Almost 5-6 channels have talked about my research and my development, and I do talk about my technology through lectures and workshops to various situations. And then exploring right quality of raw materials is my experience. Unless we can confidently vouch on the quality of material, surely we are not going to succeed in this project. So flowers, chemicals, and then cases, shadow boxes. I think somebody was talking shadow box. Yeah, shadow boxes are something like this. This is the shadow box. This is filled with eryngium. Eryngium, which is supposed to be having a very unique texture. So this eryngium gives a nice finish to the frame. It gives very dramatic feeling when it is in the mounted. So this frame, if you see, this frame is called shadow box because it shows the depth of the case. So in this kind of case, when you store, it's supposed to be airtight. So I give it to a special designer. See, the final finish is very important. What we need is the final finish. When people are willing to buy by paying good price, they should be able to get what they deserve. So I take a lot of care to see that the quality of the flower material that goes in my hand is very, very important. Also, I never knew about the glasses. Only when I come into the framing company, I realized that they have varieties of products available in for glass finish. So there are some fluted glass, there are some UV glass, there are some museum glass. Each one was having some variation, and the price was differing, and then the variations in the quality. So these museum glass gives totally total protection to the flowers because it does not allow much of almost about 96% of the UV rays are protected, and then the UV protection glass takes care about 76 to 80%, and then ordinary glass gives about 25 to 30%, but it doesn't give the. So when I talked about the customer, I always talk about the what they require, whether they can afford that much. If they feel that they can afford it, then I will make the design according to the taste of the customer. So everything is an experience in the process of this enterprise. And then what I achieved at last is the to handle my enterprise. Thank you. I'm so happy at last I have somebody to listen to me. Yeah. Now, please play on this. I'm sure you have the net. Please play this. Click on the picture. Yeah. Is it not opening? Okay. Leave it. This is the promotion video which I was mentioning because I have converted into PDF. I think it is not opening. So, yeah, it will not open. No problem. Don't worry. Okay. So anyway, this motion video is available in the my Facebook. Okay. And this is all the gifting solutions I prepared. And then once the flowers are converted into this usable, giftable product, it can reach the different kind of population. Next. Next.
Next one.
Please, next. Yeah, what you see, this is are the customized flowers. This one is the garland. Garland, what you see is my own son's and son's wedding. So I preserved the garland, and I feel very happy that my garland is sticking on to me. That's what I wanted. And this is my own sister-in-law who had been the first top extreme end is my sister-in-law who was motivating me to continue my research, but she had a road accident. She is no more with me, so I felt she made a lot of difference to my career. So I feel that these are beautiful emotions that one has it. If you can protect those emotions, there is nothing more than that. So all these are the examples for preserving the emotions by using the customized memory, creating the customized memories. Next. Please, next. Yeah, these are decor accessories for the interiors. These goes into on table, on the wall, on the door frame, and then onto the desktop. Door fixture. So there are so many accessories. There are many more. These are few. I have just placed it. Okay, next. Yeah, these are spiritual and devotional products. Felt that when I was just making one and showed to my father-in-law, who is no more. He was 93. He was one other person who had been always motivating me to proceed further in my technology, and he was always a encouraging person. So when I did for him, he was a devotee of Sri Ramakrishna. So when I did this for him, he said, "I'm sure you are going to have a beautiful future. So do like this for many more for different occasions. There will be people interested in it." So with this vision, I started working on these. So I'm sure there is a good amount of likes for this. Thank you. Next. Next. Yeah, these are the flowers that goes for the big events. Like when somebody was asking for the events like state event, teacher event. So when they invite guests, so they prefer to give it as a big gift. So these cost around 4,500 rupees. So it involves so many varieties and the types of flowers. Then the frame cost me around 2,000 rupees. So naturally my flower cost and my labor cost is within that 2,000 rupees. So 2,000 plus 2,000 plus 500 for my other miscellaneous expenses. So totally I charge about 4,500, but it still makes a good meaning to the person who's buying it from me. Thank you. Next. Next. Yeah. So these are some of my efforts to talk about my technology. This is in the Floriculture magazine. So floriculture today. So I had given few articles in different issue. Next. This is my local newspapers in Hyderabad and in Hyderabad, Deccan Chronicle and then Enadu. These are all the ones that talks about the women empowerment, women success and success stories and things like that. So I had an occasion to find myself in that. Next. Yeah, these are also a few more. You can go little faster. Yeah, this is also Telugu dailies. And then, yeah, this is, please hold on. This is the first interview I had given to one of the reputed companies. The Tulip is one of the magazine which is reaching for a big mass. Wedding decor and all those details are covered. So I had taken that as an opportunity to get myself published in that. So they bought my flower as a luxury flower, and they had written a very beautiful, they had conducted interview, they had purely documented well. So this was one of the biggest advertisement for me in the youth group. Next. Yeah, this is the TV channels. This is, I think, in Telangana TV, ETV. Next. I did not put many. This is one who had documented the full episode of my this product design. So they had about seven episodes documented. So this is what I mean. Like this, there were about quite a few channels had documented the interview, and then they were trying to give information to the public about the availability of this kind of innovative knowledge. Okay. Next. Yeah, I was recognized by the NIMSME. NIMSME is micro, small and medium located in Hyderabad, NIMSME. So here I was recognized as the best entrepreneur in the year 2018. So it was a very proud moment that I was able to get what it was not my dream, however, I was able to accept the dream and then receive this award. So I feel very happy about it. Next. Yeah, my vision is to see that young entrepreneurs who are interested in this technology, so that I can give them some kind of support from my side so that they can turn into a good entrepreneur. And then I want my flowers to reach the Indian customers so that they can cherish my flowers as a memorabilia, and then also attract global customers so that my product goes as a made in India product, and then it goes for the export prospects. So this is my future scope for indulgence. Next. Yeah, I pay my big namaskar through my flowers to all of you. This is what I will. Thank you so much to all. Yeah, this is my business card. This is also very exclusively designed to see what I have in my mind is well reciprocated. So this carries the complete information about what I am and then what I'm doing. So I do the preservation, customization, providing gifting solutions. So those are my thesis, and it carries the location address and office address details. So that's my end of my presentation. Thank you all for your patient listening and for, I hope I created some kind of interest in all your activities, future activities, so that now you will be able to reach the next stage of trying to become a small entrepreneur. Probably you will grow into a very big entrepreneur. Morning he was talking about niche flowers. He started with 10,000 rupees. Now he's multimillionaire. So like that, if you start in a small way, you can do. But This technology does not work with 10,000 rupees. You require minimum 20 lakhs to establish a small enterprise. But there is provision in our government of India schemes where you can depend on the loan facilities, and lot of support is given by the government to run the show. And then they give kinds of support for your export market or for supply of the raw material, whatever it is, they are trying to give promote the young entrepreneurs to do their to move forward. So I'm so happy that we are having the support of the government, so we will be able to, our young entrepreneurs should be able to move forward. And I wish all the young budding entrepreneurs to do great job by taking up this as an enterprise. I don't say this should be only baseline technology, is research. My dear postgraduate students and then doctoral students, please work on the new methodologies for working on the new processes available for reaching our goal of making new products for the future. So if there is a way to think and work, there is always success possible. So that is my way of addressing myself. And because of my small dream, I was able to reach the big dream, then a bigger dream, then the final achievement. I am not trying to boast. I am very simple in my heart and then in my expression. So I would like to convince my younger generation. My interest is that young generation should be able to take this kind of work as an inspiration, work on it. So this is what I'm looking for in my. Let us hope that we will have beautiful innovations in the new processing methodology. So I hope it's all fine for you. If there is any doubts, if there is anything to talk about, if there is any clarifications, I am there to address you. So I leave the opening to the audience to talk about it. As Mrs. Alka was mentioning, it is not like whenever I meet my staff trainees in NIMSME, there are a number of international groups, and then to the national level groups. I had given lots of training at the NIMSME because they always felt that my technology is a wonderful one that has to reach a larger group in the all around the world. So whenever they have the international guests, one of the this one was to see that I am given an opportunity so that they get to know about this technology. So like MSME has given the support. NIMSME has given the complete support of bridging me from one level to the different level. There is a video that is available. I would like to get played so that to know how I had moved forward. And then there are some more videos to talk about my company and then my gifting solutions. If there is time, you can also view that and also share your doubts or questions or whatever it is. I'm there to address you. And my contact number and then other details are available with your office. So surely you will be able to reach me. I am Dr. Mahalakshmi Reddy. My Gmail address is mahalakshmi.reddy@gmail.com, and I'm available on the landline and also on the cell phone. So anything is possible for you to reach me. So I hope to have feedback from my participants.
Open. Okay, audience, if any query, please. Hello, students. Lisa. Lisa. Parthiba. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ask the question.
Ask question.
Okay, ma'am, my question is that how much budget, estimated budget required for starting this entrepreneurship or starting this business?
a small enterprise will surely require 20 to 23 lakhs.
Okay.
I recently got the estimation done with the freeze drying company. They had quoted me 12 lakhs 50,000. But when I purchased it at low, now they are willing to make it at a lower price. So it is 12 lakh 50,000. So that is what they have quoted for the machinery. But it doesn't work only with the machinery. You need a UPS to see that there is constant power supply and all the other infrastructure required to run this one. So minimum required budget is 25 lakhs. In my view, that is to start payment and other thing until you start getting the small revenue. Please don't over imagine the revenue because it comes very slowly because people have to really get convinced. It is nice that we create, but they should be a taker also. So if you can find the takers, then surely you get the roll out the money for running the business. So to start with, you require minimum 20 to 25 lakhs.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Madam, in our RAVE program,
Thank you.
Madam, in our RAVE program, one the industrial placement is there.
Yes.
So in that particular component of the RAVE, it required the training of the UG student. So is it possible in your company?
No.
Hello?
Sir, I will be very happy to do that. Presently, Corona is there. My own students have been always coming for internship because of the current condition. And me and my husband reached for 65 now. So there is always a fear that to attract outsiders. So for the current situation, I will not be able to provide you. But as the situation improves, I have no problem at all because my students are waiting for this, and I don't mind giving the internship for any student for that matter. But current situation is not really. Also, my space is very small. Not many people can do. Yes. In small batches, I can give for them after about 2.5 months of internship. Then the new batch can arrive. So if that is the way, it should be feasible for me. But only when the situation improves.
Yeah. Okay, check question over.
I hope I was not blunt.
Yeah. Hello, from student.
All the faculty members was the information adequate for reaching the public?
Parthiba. Hello.
Parthiba.
Yes, ma'am. Can you suggest us any other method which can be possible for dry flowering in future as an upcoming opportunity? Is any way or any upcoming method?
Yeah, if you see, when people visit Thailand and Singapore, they come back with this acrylic finished dried flowers. So that gives a nice feel to the flowers. However, it is possible to manufacture in our own level. However, little amount of effort is required to train ourselves to see that our effort is successful. So with this little effort, you should be do the lamination and resin-based designs. So these are possible. Surely it attracts good market. But apart from that, you have a small technology using silicon drying process. It gives a nice 3D flowers, but because it is exposed. By the way, I have to tell you, all my containers are sealed, air sealed. So moisture doesn't get into it. So unless it is sealed, you cannot see the beauty of the flowers for long. You can see this. See this? Can you see this?
Yes.
So this goes as a nice stand on the table. So like this, any container that I prepare, it has to be, the design has to be having the finish of a air protection. So only then the flowers can stay long.
Chinese tumor.
So in the same way, even the silicon flowers also, if it can be preserved and then stored in the nice airtight container, we can increase the life of it.
अच्छा, अब अच्छा करो।
Is my
Madam,
answer clear to you?
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, you told
Okay, welcome.
starting budget requirement 25 lakhs, 20 to 25 lakhs. But any type of currently any type of subsidy or support by government or any schemes?
No, it is not so. No, not at all. I have, because I am the only entrepreneur in this area, and the machine I have taken is only the pilot machine, and the company has given at the much lower price. In fact, the other company is starting 23 lakhs. He has, because of my intervention, he is quoted the such a low price for the machine, because it is an automatic. He is already given the lowest price in it. I don't think we can ask for any bargain, because the machinery cost. I am genuine in my expression. So if there is a subsidy, if the government can protect, it is fine. But they, to my knowledge, they had given already quoted the lowest price.
अच्छा विद्यार्थी नाम मत बोल।
Tumor Chinese.
So please, any student have a queries? Please ask.
Anjali Makwana.
अंजलि,
I don't find any messages from the chat box also.
Krupa. Krupa.
Ma'am. Ma'am.
Ask the
Yes.
question.
Is there is any low budget starting business of dried flower?
Low budget, you can always start with any technique available. As it was said, there are so many techniques available. This is one of the advanced techniques, so it surely costs bigger budget. So low technique at a home level, what you can do is the wax drying, silicone drying, then other desiccants drying. These are all good enough to give the press drying. All these are possible with a small budget. You can start it and then you give nice finish to it. Madam was talking about this skeletonizing, bleaching. All these are the methodologies you can use to create a beautiful work out of the preserved flowers. So you can always use the lower budget also to create what you want.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. It is very informative for us.
Thank you.
Okay, any more student?
Any more?
Okay, madam, you have given very good information, including advanced technology, which is most important, and the marketing, different products. So I think it is more helpful for our student, and it is just nothing but the inspiration for starting the startup business by our UG and PG student. So we are very much thankful to you, madam. Thank you. And all the students are also.
Ma'am? Thank you. Thank you. Kindly motivate.
Ma'am?
Yeah. I can finish?
No.
No. कौन छे?
Komal Goswami, ask the question.
Okay. Komal.
Yes.
Yes. बोल.
Ma'am, I was sitting and I was looking your lecture and I was thinking about what I asked you question, but I didn't get that because you explained very well. But I just appreciate your work on entrepreneurship.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you so much.
please give the students, any two students, give the feedback regarding our webinars and regarding this lecture. Good lecture of Dr. Mahalakshmi Reddy madam. So get the feedback.
थैंक्स अ लॉट मैम, बहुत
हिंदी हम
Yes.
Thank you.
लेक्चर में बहुत
Yes.
lecture were most interesting and we like a lot.
Thank you so much.
Any other students, please get your
Ma'am,
response.
this webinar. Ma'am,
Yes. Voice is audible. Start.
ma'am, this webinar is very useful for us.
Thank you. How are you, use it? Are you going to start an enterprise? I will help you. If you are starting an enterprise, I will help you.
यस कही दियो
Yes, ma'am.
यहाँ अजी क्यों बेतन जना यस
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. That very good. Very good. Yeah.
Ma'am,
use-
if you will help them, you will help them. We will surely start.
I said 3 P's: passion, patience, and perseverance. Your enthusiasm and energy. Keep everything high. When you come to me, I will be of great help to you.
If you will help, we will surely try, ma'am.
Sure. Proceed.
Ma'am,
Proceed.
please.
I will help. Yeah, you contact me through my email or my phone. You just tell me what is your vision and then what is that you are planning to do. Let me see if in whatever the way I could do, I will help.
Thank you, ma'am.
Once this COVID is after this pandemic condition is passed, then you can visit my hub and then you can stay in Hyderabad somewhere and then attend the small, at least about 10 days of initial training. If you are really convinced, you can come back to me for the intensive training, because at first stage, if I give the intensive training, you will get mad with me. You'll say that, oh my goodness, this is very intricate. I cannot do this much of work. I don't want you to go to that stage in the first situation. So initially, you will understand what it is and how we should go about. Once you are convinced, when you really want to go with the details of the intricate job, then I will invite you back for the intensive training. Okay?
Okay.
Make it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Ma'am.
Okay then. Shall we take leave now? Tell me. Someone was calling me.
We visit to your industries, please.
Pardon? I didn't hear you properly.
पाचू बोल
Riya Patel.
Riya, what is your question?
Ma'am, we visit to your industry zone.
Ma'am, she want to visit your industry.
It is in my own home, a small little enterprise. You can visit at any time. When I am working, it is good. Now I am closed. For the current situation, I have closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing. Okay.
You are welcome. You can give me a call about.
Okay, if there is any query, then we are going to conclude the webinar. So during webinar, first of all, I very much thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.P. Chotia sir, and our Principal, Dr. Kunt sir, and all our faculties, our IDP unit, and all the speaker, all 3 speakers, Dr. Alka Singh, Dr. Balaji Kulkarni sir, and you, Madam Dr. Mahalakshmi Reddy, and all the participants. I am very much thankful for joining the webinar. Thank you.
ઓલું કહી દે after
Thank you.
લિંક મોકલશું આપણે.
Thank you, madam.
નીરવ હવે લિંક મોકલશું ને આપણે ફીડબેક.
બોલીએ.
So today we send the feedback link. When you get the feedback, we issue or send the e-certificate to participants. So please participant, please fill up this feedback form.
કેટલા હતા છેલ્લે? એટલે રહ્યા ને પૂરેપૂરા.
એટલે આ ઓલામાં તો હોય 100 થઈ ગયા ને પછી બહાર તો YouTube માં ઘણા હોય એ આપણે